Leah rolled her eyes heavenwards. Adele had heard about Phoebe and Cecilia's mother many times over the years, through Leo, through Gordon, through anyone who'd lived on the garden at the time. Her name was Marion, and she'd been the headmistress of the private girls' school up the road for 20 years. Her husband had been Frank, a milkman who'd retired due to ill health in his 30s, and then died at 40 of a heart attack when the girls were still small. Marion had quickly remarried, leaving the garden community fairly certain that the relationship had begun long before Frank's early demise. The new husband was not interested in children. Marion was only interested in the children at her school, and Cecilia and Phoebe were left roaming the garden all day and all night. And then, as Rhea reminded her now, when Marion was at home, the screaming and the crying and the banging and the smashing would start, and he'd be there. She pointed to the other side of the garden, smoking a cigarette out of the window until it had all blown over. Then slam! You'd hear the window go down, and it would be quiet again. An unhappy woman, unhappy husband, unhappy children, and now, she sighed, that's Cecilia. She is repeating all the patterns, all the mistakes of her own mother, and I look at her daughter and I see the same thing in her eye that Phoebe had, the same look of hopelessness. Tyler? Yes, Tyler. Adele thought of the odd, brittle, affectionate, energetic, stroppy and fun-loving girl she'd known since she was a baby. You don't think... I mean, she won't go the same way as Phoebe, will she? I hope not, Adele. I really do hope not. Adele thought of Leo's thumb lifting Tyler's chin yesterday, and of Gordon's bizarre declaration. Then she thought of 13-year-old Cecilia, sitting on Leo's lap, wearing his chain, his adult lips on her childish ones. Her head spun, her stomach lurched. Claire turned left outside the tube and brought up Google Maps on her smartphone. She was dressed strangely for the warm summer weather, in jeans and a loose-fitting black cotton jacket that belonged to one of the girls, her blonde hair covered by a baseball cap. She was in Walthamstow with love-struck Roxy's address programmed into her mobile. She didn't really know why. It was probably a stupid thing to do. But it had been nagging and nagging at her, and in a strange way she felt she owed it to Leo for his kindness and his concern. Roxy's flat formed part of a small terraced Victorian house on a nondescript, distinctly ungentrified street. The front garden was cemented over and filled with weeds, used to house numerous bins and recycling containers. There were 3 bells by the front door. Claire walked past the house 4 times. She'd been hoping she might be able to find a spot to stand and observe for a while, but on a quiet street like this she'd have stood out conspicuously. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Roxy would be at work. And if Chris was here, he'd no doubt be lying low. She was about to pass for a 5th time when she heard an internal door slam shut. Then she saw a shadow pass across the opaque glass panels of the front door. She inhaled and pulled herself back slightly, pretending to be looking for something in her handbag. She saw a young woman appear in the doorway of the house. She was very small and slim, with her hair cut into a sharp black bob. She was wearing a black asymmetric dress with calf-height leather strappy boots, and her arms were heavily tattooed. She was talking to someone standing in the hallway. Claire could see a large hand grasping the doorframe, a male knee in faded black trousers, a huge socked foot. She heard a male cough. Moving slightly closer, she heard the young woman say, "I'll be back in a couple of hours, maybe 3 if they keep me back for the 2nd session." Then, as each hair on her arm stood up in turn, she heard her husband's voice, loud as an actor upon a stage, saying, Okay, Rox. And good luck. Not that you'll need it. She watched Roxy lean into her husband and accept a brief hug. She saw a flash of his hair, shorter than it had ever been before, a wildly bearded chin, a grey hoodie. And then Roxy turned to go, and her husband closed the door, and Claire stood, her feet rooted to the pavement as though set in concrete, watching Roxy walk away from her and thinking, "My husband is in that house. My husband is in that house. My husband is in that house. And he's wearing socks." For a whole minute she did nothing. And then finally she straightened herself and walked, circumspectly, back to the tube station. "Mum?" Pip was sitting at the kitchen counter on a bar stool. She'd been doing her homework, but now she put down her pen and closed her exercise book. "When are they going to tell us where Dad is?" Claire jumped slightly. Pip hadn't mentioned Chris for a few days. It seemed strange that she should do so on the very same day on which Claire had seen him, alive and kicking, with short hair and a beard, living with a tattooed lady called Roxy in the Dog End of London E11. "I don't know." "Can you ask them?" "Why?" "I've got things to send him." "What things?" "Just letters. It feels weird writing to him and not sending them anywhere. It's like he's disappeared off the face of the earth, like he doesn't exist anymore." Claire thought of the large hand clutching the door frame, the booming voice. "Well, I can assure you he does exist, and he's still trying to get better." "But, Mum, it's been more than 6 months. I mean, what are they doing? What are they actually doing in there? Why isn't he better yet? I don't understand." "No, I don't understand either." "Can you call them, please? Call them and find out what's happening. Can you do it now?" "Pip, it's late. All the office people will have gone home now." "Well, will you call tomorrow?" "I'll try." "Why try? Why can't you just do it? It's not fair. He's my dad, and I know you're still really cross with him and scared of him and everything, but I love him. And I haven't seen him for so long, and I don't understand why I can't." Claire sighed and pulled her hair back off her face with the palm of her hand. "You're right. You're absolutely right. It isn't fair. And I will call them tomorrow and see what I can do. But I can't promise anything, okay?" Pip's face softened, and she smiled a small smile. "Okay." Claire checked the time on the oven. 15 minutes until the lasagna was ready. She stood behind Pip and squeezed her middle section, savouring the substance of her, the yielding softness around her belly, the solid warmth of her. "What would I do without you?" she said. "You'd probably just die," said Pip dryly. "Yes," said Claire, "I probably would." "I love you," said Pip. "I love you too." She pulled away and smiled. "Right, I better go and find your sister." "Can't you just call her?" "Well, I could, but I fancy some fresh air, and it's so lovely out there. Will you lock the door behind me?" Pip rolled her eyes. "Seriously, Mum, what do you think is going to happen?" "I don't know," she said, "but I wouldn't leave you here with the front door unlocked, so why would I leave you with the back door unlocked?" Pip rolled her eyes again and followed Claire to the back door to lock it after her. Claire breathed in deeply as she started across the lawn. Coming out to find Grace was something of a pretext. She was really hoping to run into Leo, to tell him about seeing Chris at Roxy's place, to ask his advice about what to do next. There was no sign of the gang at the top of the hill, so she took the path around the perimeter of the garden towards the houses apartment. There she found them all hanging out on their terrace. Tyler, Max, the sisters, Leo, and somewhat unexpectedly, and in a way that made her stomach tense and contract, Grace, sitting on Dylan's lap, his arms around her waist. She sat up and looked startled when she saw her mother standing there. Claire saw her quickly unthread Dylan's fingers and slide off his lap. "Hi," said Claire, feeling exposed and strangely foolish. "Claire," said Leo. "Hi, come in, come in." "Oh," she shook her head. "No, thank you. I just came to let Grace know that dinner's ready." She smiled broadly. "You could have just phoned," Grace countered. "Yes," she said lightly. "I know, but I fancied some fresh air." She looked at Dylan from the sides of her eyes, at this boy she'd noticed from the very beginning, because of his green eyes and his perfect skin, and his way about him that seemed far beyond that of an average 13-year-old boy. She'd noticed him, and her daughters had noticed him, and yet it had never occurred to Claire that one of her daughters would end up sitting on his lap. "Who are you?" she wanted to say. "Who are you? And are you now a part of my life?" He saw her looking at him, and quickly averted his gaze in a way that Claire could not quite judge. Was it dodgy, guilty, shy, dismissive? Was it knowing? "Anyway," she said, "it's ready. You can come and eat it now, or have it later when it's cold. It's up to you." "Okay," Grace sighed heavily. "I'll come soon." "Good." Claire turned and headed home, her cheeks flaming. Were they kissing? Were they touching each other's bodies? She thought of the things she'd read in the papers about how young boys expected blowjobs at the drop of a hat these days. Had she? Had her baby, not yet 13, had she done that? She pictured Dylan, his green eyes averted from hers, those broad shoulders and sculpted cheekbones. What kind of a boy was he? She had no idea. "Whoa, slow down." She turned to see Leo striding up behind her. "You okay?" His hand resting on her arm again, bringing that same surge of relief, followed by fear, she felt whenever he touched her. "Yes, sorry, just, teenagers." He smiled dryly. "I certainly do know teenagers." "And I had no idea, Grace and Dylan." "Ah," he nodded, realization dawning. "I assumed you—" "No," she shook her head. "No, definitely not. She's only 12. God, is she? Really? I thought she was older." "No. She looks older, they both do, my girls, but no, she is still only 12. And I'm not sure she's ready, and I know for a fact that I'm not ready, and... she shuddered. "I am feeling very strange right now." He moved his hand back to her arm. "Listen," he said, his eyes firmly upon hers. "If it's any comfort, I've known Dylan since he was a baby, and he is a fine, fine boy. Very mature, very caring. You should see him with his brother." "He has a brother?" "Yes, Rob. He's much older, has lots of special needs, lives in a residential home. He's essentially a child, but Dylan has always looked out for him, protected him. Rob comes back for holidays and the odd weekend, and Dylan includes him in everything. He's a kind boy. I mean, obviously," he moved his hand from her arm to his heart, "I am a very old fart and can only guess what's really going on with the young people, but honestly, if I were you, I should let it run its course. These things never last. It'll all be over this time next week." Claire nodded and sighed. "Have you been through this yet?" she asked. "With your girls?" "Ah." He dropped his chin. "No, well, at least not as far as I'm aware. There was an American boy a couple of summers back. He and Catkin hung out a fair amount, but I don't think it went further than that. And Fern is Fern, living in her own little world. Willow is still a baby. And, they live a fairly sheltered life. So, no, I haven't had to deal with this yet, but I hope when I do that I can keep calm about it." He smiled. "So, how are things, generally?" She thought of the lasagna in the oven, and wondered if Pip would think to take it out when the alarm went off. She decided to risk it. "I went to Walthamstow today," she whispered. "I saw him." Leo's eyebrows jumped. He let out a puff of air. "Wow, so your hunch was right?" "Yes, looks that way." "And how was it? Did you talk to him?" "No. I just saw him fleetingly. Not even all of him, just bits of him." "Bits of him?" "His knee, his hand, the side of his face." "And?" She shrugged. "He seemed fine. He seemed normal. She was going somewhere, an interview or something. He wished her luck and gave her a hug. That was it. And now—" She looked for the words that would somehow make sense of the mixed feelings she'd been having all day long. "I don't know now. His voice." She glanced up into Leo's eyes. His attention was fixed on her intensely. "His lovely voice. I'd forgotten. So soft and deep. And he was wearing socks." "Socks?" She smiled. "Isn't that the silliest thing? Socks. His big feet in socks. And he seemed so normal. And the last time I saw him he was so mad, so mad." She shook her head. "And now I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do. Am I being irresponsible knowing where he is when he could be a threat to me and my children, and not doing anything about it? Or am I being compassionate? I mean, he could be building up to another episode right now, and he knows where we live, yet he's a human being." "Yes, exactly. And for so long in my head he's been a monster." Leo nodded. "You know," he said softly, "maybe you should talk to her. To Roxy." "You think?" "Well, she'll have the clearest perspective on him right now, on his state of mind." "Yeah, but she's in love with him, and she's not a mother. She'll do anything to protect him, even lie." Leo sighed. "You're right," he said. "You are absolutely right. Listen, I've got a friend who works in mental health over in Islington. I could talk to him, ask him anonymously. Would that be helpful?" "God, yes, that really would." Leo smiled, touched her arm yet again. This time Claire found herself unthinkingly clasping her hand over his, holding it there tightly. "Good," he said, their hands still held together. "Leave it with me." Slowly she unpeeled her hand from his, and slowly he let his hand fall from her arm. There followed a tiny, exquisitely awkward silence before Claire pulled herself back into shape and said, "Well, I'd better go and rescue our lasagna from the oven before it's nuked." Leo simply smiled and nodded and watched her go. Virginia Gardens Annual Summer Party. Face painting, live jazz, tombola, beautiful pet competition, petting zoo, races and tug-of-war. Saturday, July the 5th, 2 p.m. till late. All welcome. 18. Through the garden door, Claire could see the white peaks of the tents and gazebos that had been assembled by the Eager Beaver Garden Committee since early this morning. The sun was high in a cloudless sky. The garden was full of the sounds of industry and expectation. It was the day of the Virginia Gardens annual summer party. And also the day that her firstborn became a teenager. She'd thrown Grace a small party in their back garden earlier. Non-alcoholic cocktails, helium balloons, a giant red velvet cake with 13 candles, all her friends from the garden, a round of happy birthday to you. Nothing fancy. Now she stacked sticky paper cups into a tower, gathered up handfuls of brightly coloured straws with concertinaed tissue fruits attached, balled up used paper napkins, and shreds of ripped wrapping paper and envelopes, and dropped them all into a black bag. She took birthday cards through to the living room, and arranged them on the dining table, piled up Grace's gifts neatly. A hoodie from Tyler, just like the hoodies that Tyler herself wore, a John Green novel, and a framed arrangement of silk butterflies from the sisters, money and a malodorous celebrity perfume from Claire's mother, clothes from her, a glittering diamante bracelet from Pip in a suedette box, and from Dylan, well, Claire didn't know what he'd brought her daughter. Grace had taken it still wrapped into her bedroom after the party, saying she was saving it for later. They'd gone now, all the children. Grace had changed into the floral camisole top and silky boxer shorts that Claire had bought her for her birthday, applied more makeup to her fresh-skinned face, and they'd all headed out into the communal garden. Claire took the bin bag to the hallway and opened the front door. She stopped when she saw Leo passing by on the street, the familiar loping gait, his hands full of shopping bags. "Hi," he said, smiling warmly. "Birthday party over?" "Yes, just clearing up." "How did it go?" "It was good. They're fed and watered, ready for the garden party." Leo nodded, and as he did so, his sunglasses fell from the top of his head to the pavement. Claire dropped the bin bag on the front path and ran to pick them up for him. "All in one piece," she said, dusting them down and sliding them back onto the top of his head. "Thank you," said Leo. The moment had been strangely intimate, her fingers against his hair, and it stretched itself out somehow beyond real time. Claire found herself flushing and took a step back from him. He looked towards his carrier bags. "Doing a barbecue later on. Plenty here for you and the girls. You're welcome to come over and join us." "Oh," said Claire, slightly thrown by the invitation. "What sort of time?" "Whenever you like. We'll be on the terrace all day, whenever you like." Claire nodded. "Lovely," she said. "Thank you. Can I bring anything?" Leo smiled. "Just your lovely self," he said. "Just your lovely self." Adele was halfway through transforming an angelic toddler into a horrible ghoul when her daughters appeared with Grace and Dylan. Since Grace's party had finished, they'd all been wandering about aimlessly, territorially, pretending that they weren't having fun. "Happy birthday, Grace," she said. "Did you have a nice party?" "Yeah, thank you," said Grace, smiling her inscrutable smile. "Thank you for the presents?" "Oh, you're welcome. It wasn't much, but I'm glad you liked them." "Can we help?" said Catkin, smiling in amusement at the sombre child in the chair. Catkin unfolded another chair and picked up a handful of brushes. Adele looked up from her little skeleton girl and smiled at her daughter. Fern flipped open a third chair and called over a little girl who wanted to be painted as a rabbit. Willow acted as assistant, cleaning brushes, passing colours. Adele picked up a damp sponge wedge and smudged out the dark sockets around the toddler's eyes. Then she lifted her head from the child's face to see if she could spot her parents anywhere. As she looked around, her eye was caught by the sight of Grace and Dylan, heads together over her little shoulder bag, looking at something inside it, smiling at one another, closing the little bag, and then leaving the garden through the communal gates. Grace looking back just once, over her shoulder, as though checking that they hadn't been seen. 19. Claire felt a flutter of anxiety as she approached the house's terrace later that afternoon. There seemed to be an awful lot of people clustered around the table. "Claire, Pip, you're here. Excellent." Leo got to his feet and pulled chairs out for them. "Claire," he said, "this is my sister-in-law, Zoe." He gestured at an attractive, dark-haired woman who was unmistakably Adele's sister. "And this is John, Zoe's husband." A nice-looking man with a blonde beard and thick-framed glasses stood up to shake her hand. "And these little cuties are my niece and nephew, George and Darcy. Everyone, this is Claire, our neighbour from across the way, and this is Pip, her daughter." "One of my daughters," she replied. "I'm not quite sure where the other one is." "I saw her just a few minutes ago," said Leo, "with the gang." Claire exhaled. "Oh, good. What are they up to?" "No idea," he replied breezily. "Hanging out, talking crap. Stuff." He waved a bottle of wine and said, "Red or white? Or, in fact, Pimm's. Is there any Pimm's left?" He swept his gaze across the table. "No, we must have drunk it all. Sorry about that." Leo poured her out a glass of white wine and passed Pip a beaker of cordial. "Where's Adele?" she asked, feeling slightly out of place without the mother figure here to bind them together. "Just putting away the face-painting stall. She left the girls to run it for an hour, and apparently the stall got hijacked by a bunch of younger children who completely trashed it." He laughed, rubbing his hand across his stomach. "Apparently there is a small naked boy running about out there, painted head to toe in sludge brown. Apart from around his private parts, he's supposed to be a poo." "Leo," Gordon called from the French doors, "pass me a folded chair, will you? I'm going to stake my place for the Jazz." Leo rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "I'll do it, Dad. You stay here." He pulled a stripy retro deck chair from a small wooden shed and smiled conspiratorially at the others. "No," said Gordon. "Not much in the mood for socializing. Think I'll just take a walk." He nodded towards the stripy chair. "Put me front row centre." Claire watched Gordon leaving. Huge pile of a man. His movements so forced and peculiar. The dyed brown hair. The violently patterned shirt. She watched him stand for a moment in the heart of the garden, turning his big head this way and that, looking both lost and imperious. Like a deposed king, she thought. "Pip," she said quietly in her daughter's ear, "do me a favour, will you? Can you have a look for Grace for me? Just find out where she is. You don't need to say anything to her." Pip sighed. "Okay, then." "How old is she?" asked Adele's sister, watching Pip's retreating figure. 12, said Claire, just. "Gosh, she's very tall." "Yes," said Claire. "Her dad is 6'3". "Wow, and you're so tiny." Claire regarded her wineglass. She had drunk half already. There was going to be a lot of small talk ahead. She would need more than her usual small glass to get through it. Pip returned a moment later and slid back onto her chair, her hand reaching automatically for the crisps in front of her. "Well?" Claire asked quietly. "Did you see her?" Pip nodded and put a crisp in her mouth. "What's she doing?" "I don't know. She's with Dylan and Tyler and they're all just kind of talking." Claire peered curiously at Pip, who appeared to be processing crisps down her throat as a form of distraction rather than for pleasure. "Are they all okay?" Pip nodded and took another crisp. Claire put her hand out to Pip's to stop the process. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Do I need to go over?" "No," Pip snapped under her breath. "Don't go over. They're fine. Just leave them." Claire looked at her in surprise. She saw Leo staring at her meaningfully. "Everything okay?" She nodded, then picked up her freshly filled glass and knocked back a third in 2 gulps. Adele was back. She'd said she was filthy and needed a shower, and had appeared on the terrace 5 minutes ago, all fresh and pretty, in a floral dress and a black shawl, wearing red lipstick and earrings that glittered. The air was still golden and filling up now with the sounds of the jazz band warming up. Stray squawks of saxophone, sonorous vibrations of double bass, hoots of trumpet. High-pitched feedback from the sound system. "Testing, testing." The crowds of people in the garden had moved across to the spot just outside the next-door house. They arranged themselves afresh on their blankets, opened new bottles of wine, adjusted their sunglasses to the lowering golden sun. Zoe and John had taken their 2 small children out and sat now with a child on each of their laps just outside Leo and Adele's back gate. "You're not going to watch?" Adele asked her. Claire shook her head. "Not really a fan of jazz," she said. Adele laughed. "Me neither," she said. I like music with proper tunes. Leo had gone indoors to start getting the food ready for the barbecue. Adele and Pip were sitting side by side, drawing. They're really good with kids. She remembered one of her girls saying that to her a while ago. Claire sighed and collected her wineglass from the windowsill, taking it through with her to the kitchen. Leo was slicing open film-topped packets of sausages and chicken pieces, arranging them onto a huge platter. He looked up at her and smiled. "Came in for some water," she said. "Think I need to sober up a bit." He grimaced at her and laughed. "Why on earth would you need to sober up? It's Saturday, it's summer, it's a party." I know, but I'm a single parent, sole responsibility and all that. It's not good." "Oh, come on now. Your girls are virtually adults. I think you can afford to let your hair down from time to time. Not that you have much hair to let down." Claire smiled anxiously and put her hand up to her boyish crop. She thought of Adele's lustrous mahogany mane, imagined her pulling out that elastic band at the end of the day, it falling in waves over her bare shoulders, down her olivey back. He looked at her curiously, as though he'd been watching her thoughts. Then he poured her a glass of water and passed it to her. "What you need," he said, turning back to his pile of meat, "is something to eat. You will stay, won't you? I have, as ever, royally over-catered." Claire nodded. Then she looked behind her and said in an urgent whisper, "He's been again." Leo glanced up at her. "Chris?" "Yes, this afternoon. Another carrier bag, gifts for Grace." She shivered at the memory of her mother standing in the hallway with the bag in her hand, saying, "Claire, I found this on your doorstep." She'd lied to her mother, said it was from a school friend of Grace's, that her mum had promised she'd drop it off. Then she'd put it on the table in front of her, violently resisting the urge to open it until her mother had left. A gigantic makeup kit in a smart metal-cased box. Expensive shampoo and conditioner, for the coolest curls around. A book by a famous, according to the bio, beauty vlogger. A tasteful card, the numbers 1 and 3 decorated with glitter and paper lace. A £50 note slipped inside. "Darling Grace, the day you were born was the happiest of my life. It is hard to believe that today you are a teenager, and even harder to believe that I can't be there to celebrate with you. But I hope you understand why that is. And I hope one day I can be a part of your amazing, beautiful, extraordinary life once more. I love you, and am thinking about you today and every day. Lots of love. Your Daddy." How did he know, she wondered, that the big, almost chubby, fresh-faced girl he'd last seen when she was 12 and a bit was now a leggy, Amazonian 13-year-old in skimpy shorts and full makeup? How did he know that everything had changed? "Did you see him?" Leo asked now. "No, I mean, assuming it even was him. It could be he sent Roxy." "And was it okay?" he said, washing his hands at the sink. "The gift?" "It was more than okay," she said. "It was perfect. She'll love it." "And a card?" "Yes. A beautiful card full of beautiful sentiments." She sighed. Leo pulled a bag of courgettes out of the vegetable drawer in the fridge and looked at Claire thoughtfully. "You know," he said, "he's handling this really well. Do you think it's possible he might be better?" Claire frowned. "Better? Yes, you know, not ill anymore." "Well, obviously he's not ill anymore. They wouldn't have discharged him if he was still ill. It's not about whether or not he's ill. It's about the way I feel about what happened. And I'm not over it, I mean totally not over it. He broke something inside me the night he did what he did. Something that I'm not sure can ever be fixed. Your trust. Yes, my trust. My faith that whatever happened, however ill he became, He would never, ever do anything to hurt his family. And I know that wasn't him that night. I know it was an imbalance of chemicals. But you know, we're all just a cocktail of chemicals when it comes down to it. There's not much else to us, so maybe that was the real him. And maybe this one. She pointed across the garden towards her flat. The one sending the thoughtful gifts to his daughter on her 13th birthday, the one taking medicine every day, is the fake. And if that's the case, then did I marry a monster? She'd begun to cry towards the end of this outburst. It was the wine. It was the emotion of the day. It was him. He crossed the kitchen and came towards her with his arms outstretched. He took her into his arms, and she put her face against his T-shirt. She could hear the beating of his heart. She could smell the warmth of his skin. She could feel the depth of his soul. And she wanted more than anything to kiss him, and she knew more than anything that she must not. That he was married to a good woman, that she was a disaster. He pulled back from her, and for a terrible, remarkable moment she thought he would, that he was going to kiss her. And she tried to decide what she would do, and she really didn't know, because she'd had 2 huge glasses of wine, and she was a mess, and he was so good and so handsome, and she felt hot blood fill her head, and she had panic course through her. And then suddenly he was walking away from her, back to his courgettes, and she felt limp and broken. "No," he said coolly, picking up a courgette and slicing it into rounds as if nothing had just happened. "You didn't marry a monster, of course you didn't. And of course your trust feels broken, and maybe that will never mend. But the really important thing here is the girls." She nodded fervently, as though the girls had been the only thing on her mind all along. Maybe it's time to think about letting them see him, or at least to give them the option. She nodded again. She would agree with anything he said, just so long as he kept talking to her in that steady, calming voice, just so long as she had his attention. Obviously in a highly regulated environment. You could do it here if you'd like. Or maybe talk to Cece. I mean, you know she's a social worker. She probably knows about those sort of things. "Is she coming?" she asked, her hand covering the blotches on her throat. "Tonight?" "Oh," he looked up at her and smiled. "I doubt it. She has an aversion to nice people. She'd much rather hang about with lowlife and scum." "Really?" "Yes, she collects them. I think she thinks it makes her real. I think she thinks hanging out with people like us is some kind of bourgeois joke. Tries to avoid it in case some of our niceness rubs off on her, and she ends up remembering that she's middle class too, heaven forbid." He smiled wryly. "So no, she avoids the garden party like the plague, and she certainly won't want to come and sit organic meat and vegetable kebabs with us. You won't be seeing Cece tonight, that's for sure." As he talked, she noticed the blade of his knife catching the light as he hacked at another courgette, and the bony, pointed mounds of his knuckles tight and white-skinned. She saw a muscle flicker in his cheek, and she felt suddenly as though she should not be here. "Thank you," she said, putting her empty water glass down on the kitchen table. "Thank you for listening to my woes, and thank you for the water, and thank you for the hug." He snapped back into his normal shape, his eyes bright once more, his grasp on the knife looser. "Any time, Claire, any time." She went back to the terrace where Pip and Adele were still busy drawing, and she poured herself another glass of wine. 20. The terrace was rammed. All the teenagers were here, sitting cross-legged on floor cushions, ketchup-smeared paper plates balanced on their laps. Leo stood at his monstrous American-style gas barbecue, turning over the next batch of chicken pieces, filling the air with the aroma of burning herbs and spices. Adele passed Gordon a paper napkin. His jowls were slick with chicken grease, and there were clots of mayonnaise in the creases of his mouth. She mimed wiping his face, and he rolled his eyes at her, but did as he was told. Beyond the terrace, the garden was emptying out. The jazz band had finished their set and the PA system was being dismantled. Voices echoed from the communal garden gate as people corralled their children, calling out goodbyes to friends. The garden was being reclaimed for its residents. Small children appeared in their pyjamas, some with teated bottles of warm milk, some with freshly shampooed hair. It had been a great party. The weather had been gorgeous. And here, on their own terrace, the party still continued. An extraordinary amount of alcohol had been consumed by all the grown-ups, and the conversation around the table now was loud and bombastic, probably, Adele suspected, horribly annoying to the more sober people trying to get on with their evenings in the open-windowed flats above. Claire, in particular, was a revelation. Brought to some kind of unnerving life by white wine, she was being chatty, almost flirty, leaning in towards Leo with exaggerated interest every time he talked, tipping back her head, and then reaching across the table to cover his hand with hers every time he made her laugh, which was disproportionately frequently. Her words now were beginning to bleed into one another, and Gordon was teasing her. "Another vat of wine for you, young lady?" he said, tipping the wine bottle in her direction. "Or could I interest you in a trough?" The teenagers drifted away into the garden after they'd cleared their plates, but Willow stayed behind, expressing a desire to get into her pyjamas and chill out. She took Pip into her bedroom, in her usual somewhat forceful way, and then as the sky began to darken and the garden started to empty, it was just the grown-ups left on the terrace. Claire got to her feet, her hands gripping the table. "Going to the loo," she said, slurring her words. "I will be right back." Adele jumped to her feet to help her on her way. As they passed into the hallway, Claire turned suddenly to Adele. Her Bambi eyes, wide and sincere, grasped her arms and said, "You are so, so pretty. I mean, I'm not just saying that. You really are, and you're such a good mother." She took her hands from Adele's arms and pressed them against her own heart, wobbling slightly, enough to give Adele cause to hold her upright. "Such a good mother. I wish I could be such a good mother. I'm a shit mother." "Oh, Claire, no, of course you're not." "No, I am. I really am. I married a shit man. A dangerous man. I did that to them, and now I'm just useless. I mean, seriously, look at you. You're teaching your children. You're giving them yourself. What do I do for my children? What kind of role model am I?" "Claire, for goodness sake, you're a single mother. You're doing everything you can, and your girls adore you. Be kind to yourself." "I don't deserve them," she said. "I don't deserve my children." "Oh, Claire, come on. This is just the wine talking. Let me make you a nice big mug of coffee and we can have a little chat." "You're so lovely, and Leo's so lovely. You're so lucky to have him. Do you know that? Do you know that?" Adele smiled. "We're lucky to have each other." "You know, Adele." Claire swayed gently and grabbed hold of the wall. She squinted into Adele's eyes and then held a pointy finger out towards her. "I'm almost jealous of you." She swayed again, this time nearly falling over completely. She righted herself. "Nearly jealous of you? But I can't be because you're so fucking nice." Adele took her elbow and began guiding her towards the bathroom. Claire stopped halfway, spun round and said, "I used to be you, Adele. I used to have a big, strong, handsome husband, and a rickety, rackety house full of old things and people. I used to be you." She jabbed Adele in the ribs with her pointy finger, and then stumbled into the bathroom. Adele stood for a moment outside the bathroom door, wondering what she should do. Should she oversee Claire's toilet visit, make sure she was okay? But there'd been something in the tone of her voice, something harsh and unpleasant. It had felt, in some bizarre way, as if Claire hated her. So she left Claire to it, went to the kitchen and made her a big, strong coffee instead. On her way back onto the terrace, she passed Pip and Willow. "Where are you two going?" she asked. "To the playground," said Willow, pushing her bare feet into filthy batter trainers. Behind her, Pip smiled uncertainly, looking as though she had no desire whatsoever to go into the playground with Willow. "We're going to play the circus game again." Adele smiled. "That's nice," she said. "But remember, Pip's your guest. Make sure it's what she wants to do, too." "Of course it's what she wants to do," said Willow, grabbing Pip by the hand and yanking her out into the garden. On the terrace, she placed the mug of coffee on the table at Claire's empty place and sat down next to Leo. "A bit of a mess," she whispered into his ear. "You might need to take her home soon." Leo nodded knowingly and put his arm around her, squeezed her, loved her. "My man," thought Adele, weirdly, unexpectedly, violently. "My fucking man." Even by Willow's usual levels of hyperactivity, tonight she was entirely crazy. The circus game kept building up layers of surreal detail, going off at alarming tangents, and developing increasingly complex rules and sub-rules, all issued by Willow in a breakneck staccato. Pip tried to go along with it, but her head was spinning and she was growing tired of being bossed about. "No!" snapped Willow. "When the lion tamer takes off his hat, you have to jump up like this." She jumped to demonstrate. "And say, 'I am Delilah Detroit and I am your daughter.' And then you have to jump down again and run towards the fire eaters." Pip had reached the end of her capacity for Willow's particular style of play and sat down on the bench. She smiled sadly and said, "I'm quite tired now. I don't think I want to play any more." Willow's face dropped. "But you have to, or we won't get to the end of the story." "But Willow, I don't actually think there is an end to the story." She smiled again apologetically. She was a tiny bit scared of Willow. But before Willow could respond, Fern appeared. She looked perturbed and distracted. She didn't say anything, just sat on a different bench to Pip and stared into space. Willow looked at her curiously. "Fern, will you play with me? We're doing circus orphans and you can be the ringmaster." Fern glanced at her. No, thanks." "Please, Fern, please." Fern didn't reply, got to her feet, stared over the top of the boundary hedge towards the top of the garden, and then sat down again. A moment later, Tyler appeared. Her pointy face was extra pointy, her eyes flashing with some kind of terrifying rage. "Tyler, will you play with me?" Willow wheedled. But Tyler didn't even respond. She sat next to Fern, and the two girls began talking to each other in hissy whispers, both turning every now and then to look behind them. "What's going on?" Pip asked Tyler. "Nothing," said Tyler. "What's going on?" Willow asked Fern. "Nothing," said Fern. "Go back to your game." The two older girls started hissing and whispering again. Stray words appeared through the impenetrable fog of their conversation. Bitch, slag, whore. "What's your language in there, young ladies?" All four girls turned as one at the sound of Gordon's voice. He stood at the gate to the playground, leaning on his weird wooden stick, smiling alarmingly. "What are you all up to?" he asked, with narrowed eyes. "You all look highly suspicious." "Nothing, puppy," said Fern. "Just hanging about?" "Just hanging about, eh? Well, keep yourselves out of trouble, young ladies. Your parents are all pissed as farts and totally useless, so you'll need to keep your wits about you." He tapped the side of his swollen nose and continued on his way, turning just once to throw them all an amused look, his eye catching Pip's for just a beat too long. Pip shuddered. She thought of what Tyler had said about thinking that Gordon had killed Phoebe. She thought of Rhea slapping Gordon round the face for being inappropriate with her daughter. Then she watched him limping across the garden, stopping every few feet to mop his brow and take a breath. Harmless old man, she thought to herself, shuddering again. Just a harmless old man with a metal foot. His interruption had punctured the strange tension hanging about the older girls, and as he walked away, Tyler turned to Willow, smiled, and said, "Okay, tell us about this game." So for a while Pip sat on a bench watching Tyler and Fern play circus orphans with Willow, until the game became so twisted and weird, the older girls had somehow managed to persuade Willow that they were child sex traffickers who had infiltrated the circus to steal the orphans and transport them in the back of a truck to be child prostitutes in L.A., that she began to feel uncomfortable. Tyler, in particular, was being very physical with Willow, snarling in her face about how she was going to get what she deserved, and twisting her arm up behind her back when pretending to bundle her in the back of the truck. Nobody noticed Pip leaving the playground and heading back to Leo and Adele's terrace. Nobody said goodbye. And even from here she could hear the sound of her mother's voice, loud and jarring, slurred, as though heard through the hull of an upturned boat. "Pip," she said when she saw her return. "Listen, we've been talking, and it's been decided. Leo is going to be your new daddy." She stretched her arm around the back of Leo's chair and pulled him to her. He smiled awkwardly. "Would you like that, Pip? Would you like him to be your daddy?" Pip shrugged, stepping from foot to foot. Leo unpeeled Claire's arm from his shoulder and said kindly, "Time to take you home, I think." "I can do it," said Pip. "I'll take her home." She'd never seen her mother drunk before. She'd barely seen her mother have a drink. She wanted to be away from here now, away from eyes and looks and neighbours and people. She held out her hand to her mother. "Come on," she said. "Time for bed." Her mother smiled at her, crookedly, blearily, almost gratefully, and took her hand. After 21. A watery dawn crawled slowly up the walls of the waiting room, turning them from deathly grey to oyster-shell pink. Claire uncurled herself from a fetal ball and stretched herself straight. She hadn't slept, not really. Just skated about that ethereal plane just under the surface of consciousness, where fleeting fragments of dreams come and go, where you can believe for a few seconds at a time that everything is okay. Pip was awake already. She smiled bravely and moved closer, enfolding Claire's hand inside hers. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. "Not really, no. How about you?" Pip shook her head. She looked like a ghost, haunted and hollow-eyed. "How's your head?" she asked. Claire nodded. "It's fine," she said. This wasn't quite true. Her brain felt like a desiccated, throbbing lump of lava rock. Her stomach swirled, her hands shook. She was clammy, confused. Thinking back to the moments after Pip appeared in her room last night, shaking her bodily, shouting into her face, "Mum, you have to wake up, it's Grace! Something's happened! Wake up!" She was having trouble piecing it all together in her mind. She remembered trying to find shoes, failing. She remembered running barefoot across the gardens, adrenaline temporarily cancelling out the alcohol, the faces in the windows, the circle of people atop the hill, dark and unsettling. A hand against her arm. She's still breathing. As though there'd been a moment when maybe they'd thought she wasn't. Then, an ambulance is on its way. Pushing her way past bodies to get to her. Her baby, bleeding. From her nose, from her lips, from her mouth. Her skin corpse white. Her breath hubble-bubbling. Her eyes wide and glassy. Then the blue of the on-off lights. Someone standing at the gates, already waiting. "They're here!" through cupped hands. The soft thud of footsteps and fluorescent yellow glow of paramedics. Oxygen mask, torchlight. "Please move away." Kind hands on her shoulders. And then at some point during the ride to hospital in the back of the ambulance, The adrenaline had run out. Nausea had encroached. She'd been sick in a paper bowl. Her greatest shame. And now she tried to recall events, but the memories wouldn't line up in any meaningful order. She knew this much, though. Her daughter was in intensive care. She had a possible head trauma. She was in a coma. "We'll let you know when you can see her. Not yet, though, I'm afraid. Not yet." The police had arrived last night alongside the ambulance. They'd taken down names and addresses, and were due again this morning to talk to Claire and Pip. Claire was dreading it, having to admit to the level of her negligence. When she thought how obsessive she'd been about protecting her girls all this time, then, the very first time she'd let her guard down, done something for herself, behaved selfishly, look what had happened. A man appeared in the doorway then. It was Mr. Darko, the consultant looking after Grace. He wore a suit and a serious expression. Claire's gut clenched so hard that she had to massage it with her fist. "Good morning," he said. "Not much change, I'm afraid. Grace is stable, but still in a coma. So as far as Grace is concerned, we're still looking at highly intensive care. More of the same. Indefinitely. But..." Claire kneaded at her stomach. "There have been other developments, and I think, Mrs. Wilde, that maybe it would be better if we could talk in private." He looked at Pip, who looked at her. Claire nodded and Pip went outside. Mr. Darko sat down and indicated that Claire should do the same. "Well, we've studied the MRI we took last night, and we can't actually see any damage from the head trauma consistent with Grace's comatose state. And about an hour ago we had the results back from our blood tests and... well..." He pulled down a pair of reading glasses and studied the notes in his hand. "Would Grace have had access to sleeping pills? At home?" "No, I don't think so. I mean, I might have some Nytol somewhere, but I'm talking about prescription sleeping pills. Specifically Ambien, Zolpidem, that genre of drug. Very heavy duty. In small doses it causes euphoria. In larger doses it can cause unconsciousness. In an overdose situation," he sucked in his breath, "well, it can bring on coma. And that's the situation we find ourselves in, Mrs. Wilde. Grace has experienced an overdose." Claire nodded, as if what he'd just said was reasonable. Then the truth of his words hit her consciousness, and she shook her head and said, "Are you telling me she tried to kill herself?" "Well, no, that's unlikely. Possible, but unlikely." He paused. She could see him carefully forming his next words. "Mrs. Wilde," he said, "as well as its medical uses and recreational uses, Ambien does have another reputation. It's what is commonly, somewhat sensationally, known as a date rape drug." Claire brought her hands balled up into fists straight to her mouth. Then she whispered one word. "Rape." "That doesn't, of course, mean that your daughter has been raped, Mrs. Wilde, but it does mean that we should consider it as a possibility. So I need your permission to bring in a sexual assault nurse examiner, a forensic nurse, who would be able to examine Grace for any signs of assault. You could be present, of course. But..." She held her fisted hands against her chest. "Is there any sign of anything? I mean, surely if there'd been a rape, there would have been something, blood or something. So far, we've been focusing on other things. Now that we've got Grace stabilized, we can look at further factors. I've been told this happened in your garden. Is it possible that someone could have got into your garden, someone you don't know?" "It's a communal garden," she muttered. "There was a party." He nodded knowingly. "Ah, well, in that case it is possible that a sexual assault might have been a motive for the overdose. Would you like me to leave you to think about it, or I could send someone to talk to you, from the unit, talk you through what will happen, what it entails. Although, he paused, I would recommend taking action sooner rather than later. In cases like this, time really is of the essence, forensically speaking. Claire nodded, then shook her head. Wished that Chris was here. Not the Chris from outside the burning house, but the Chris on Roxy's doorstep, the one in the socks. What would he do? What would he say? Would whatever it was even have happened if Chris had been around? There'd been times in the year building up to his breakdown when she'd fantasized about being on her own with the girls, away from his dysfunctional and occasionally alarming presence. And now here she was, a single mother. And she would give anything for Chris to walk into the room, with his smell of sleepy man, and hug her so hard it almost broke her ribs. She would say, Chris, someone hurt Grace. And his big, open face would crease into a frown, and he would say, Who? And she would say, I don't know who. It could be anyone. It could be the boy whose lap I found her sitting on the other day. It could be the boy's learning disabled brother, or the ancient glad-eyed grandfather of her new friends, who's just had a prosthetic foot fitted, or a stranger hiding in bushes all day waiting for their chance. And Chris would not stop to ask any more questions. He would grab his jacket, stride into the garden, and start banging on doors. What have you done to my daughter? He would boom in that voice that was so unapologetically posh he'd twice been punched in pubs because of it. What have you done? But that option did not exist. It was all down to her. And Claire had never felt smaller or less capable in her life. Mr. Darko's expression had passed from concern towards impatience. He had other people's lives to save, other mothers in other rooms. He needed an answer. She nodded. Fine, she said. Okay, you can do the exam. He looked relieved. Good, he said, closing his notebook definitively and smiling. I think that's the right decision. I'll see if we can get someone to come today, but in reality I think we'll be looking at tomorrow morning. Obviously we won't know what really happened until Grace regains consciousness, but in the meantime at least we can start building up some kind of rough outline. Until Grace regains consciousness. She grabbed the consultant's arm as he rose from the seat. She will, she said. She will regain consciousness. Mr. Darko looked glad to be asked a question to which he had a firm and happy answer. Yes, he said. She will. It's a matter of when, not if. She released his arm and sank into the sofa. Thank you, she said. Thank you. 22. On Monday morning, a pair of police officers in uniform rang on the house's doorbell. A small woman with pale red hair tied back into a bunch and pale blue eyes, and a man of average height, slightly balding in spite of youthful features, both around 30 years old. Good morning, Mrs. Howes. PC David Michaelides. The man gestured at himself. WPC Tara Cross. He gestured at his colleague. We're from West Hampstead Police Station, just making some general inquiries in the area after the occurrence on Saturday night, which I assume you are aware of. Grace. Yes, Grace Wilde, a neighbour of yours, I believe, and according to her mother Claire, a friend of your daughter's. Would it be possible to come in and speak to you for a short time, or we could come back later, if it's not convenient right now? Well, my husband's not here right now. I don't know if you'd rather come back when he's at home. PC Michaelides checked his notebook, running a fingertip down the lines. Ah, yes, Leo Howes. Yes, we do need to speak to him, but not necessarily at the same time as you. He shrugged good-naturedly. It's up to you. Adele looked behind her at the hallway. The girls were all engaged in silent study. Gordon was having a nap. Fine, she said, opening the door wider. Sure, come in. How is she, by the way? Claire's phone is switched off, so I haven't managed to get any news from anyone. Is she okay? She's still in a coma, but stable. And do they have any idea yet? WPC Cross shook her head. Not yet. They've done scans, blood tests. I think they'll be getting a fuller picture by now, but our last update was inconclusive. Adele took them into the kitchen and made them cups of tea under the curious gaze of her 3 daughters. No school today? The WPC asked them all jauntily. Willow replied at once. This is school. We're homeschooled. Oh? WPC Cross looked taken aback. Lucky you. Adele could see them taking in the detail of her home. The expensively thrown-together shambles of it. Mismatched kitchen units, reclaimed shop display cabinets full of vintage kitchenalia, piles of paperwork heaped up all over the place, scuffed wooden floorboards and graffitied dining table. And her girls. Fern, still in her oversized fleece pyjamas, with her head of asymmetric brown and turquoise hair, rubbing her silk comforter back and forth across her top lip. Willow, rocking hyperactively on her wooden chair, staring at them with undisguised fascination. And Catkin, imperious and disinterested, in her charity shop summer dress, bony white shoulders, knotty hair, grubby, threadbare, Scandi slipper socks. "Are you here about Grace?" said Willow. So outspoken, so confident, almost preternaturally so. Adele had wanted to raise her girls to feel unassailable, the equal of anyone they encountered. She herself had been raised to be a good girl, to blend in, to put other people at their ease. When none of her 3 daughters had shown any early signs of being naturally compliant or sycophantic, she'd let them be. Pleases and thank yous and sorries were about as far as her expectations went. She led by example, hoping that if her daughters saw her being polite and charming, at some point on the road to adulthood, they would follow suit. "Yes," said WPC Cross. "That's right." "We were there," Willow continued. "We were with her all night. You could ask us questions too." Adele laughed nervously. "I think we can leave the police to do their jobs, Wills." "Well, actually," said the WPC, "we will probably want to talk to you. We'll be talking to as many people as possible." "Cool," said Willow, jumping off her chair and doing a rain dance. Catkin looked at her in disgust and tutted. "Wills," she hissed, "that's not appropriate." "Girls," said Adele, handing mugs of tea to the police. "I'll be next door with the police officers. Just carry on as you were, and no eavesdropping." She directed this at Willow with a stern glance. The police officers stopped at the threshold to the living room, and she could feel it in their body language, the impact of the otherness of her home. What was beautiful to her was peculiar to others. What was normal family clutter and dirt was squalor and laziness. The threadbare psychedelic 60s sofa, the high ceilings with the ornate plasterwork and ancient cobwebs, some as old as her children, the mishmash of artwork, the sumptuous chinoiserie wallpaper, exquisite but ripped in places, stained brown in others, the old dusty curls of paper streamers hanging from the 70s chandelier, the handprints on the huge picture windows, the paintwork peeling off in sharp-edged ribbons, and a smell, probably, she couldn't be sure, of dog and teenager and damp and dust. She hated seeing her home, her children, her life, through the fresh eyes of the professionals and tradesmen who occasionally had cause to be here. The awful shock of objectivity. "Come in," she said. "Sit down." She shooed the dog off the sofa, as though he wasn't usually allowed to sit there, although he absolutely was. WPC Cross looked through the picture windows and out into the garden. "Gosh," she said, "what an amazing space." Adele nodded, glad for the attention to be turned away from her. "Yes," she said, as she always did, "we're very lucky." "How big is it?" asked PC Michaelides, standing at the window with his mug of tea. "Almost 3 acres. "Wow," said WPC Cross. "That's massive." "I know, it's an incredible amount of space to have in central London." "So," said WPC Cross, consulting her notebook. "Saturday. You had a big party here, in the communal garden?" "Yes, we have one every year. It's an institution. It's been going on for about 30 years. "And who organises it?" "Well, there's a garden committee. My husband is the chair. We have a meeting a few weeks beforehand and divide up the jobs, so it's a group effort. I usually do the face painting, with my daughters." "And did you do that this year?" "Yes, well, at least, I started off doing it, and then the girls, well, they're all so big now, they kind of ended up running it themselves. And we had guests, so I left them to it after a couple of hours. Went back later on to help them clear up." "And meanwhile you were here?" WPC Cross indicated the flat. "Well, we were out on the terrace all day." "We being?" "Me, Leo, my husband, Gordon, my father-in-law, my sister Zoe and her husband John. Their 2 little ones, then Grace's mother Claire came later, about 5-ish, when the jazz started, with her youngest, Pip." "And all this time your daughters were on the face-painting stall?" "Yes, I'd say from 2 p.m. when the doors opened to about 5:30, 6 o'clock." "And where was Grace during this time?" "Not on the face-painting stall, no, but around and about." "Yes." "And was there anyone else that you're aware of, just generally? Hanging out, anyone who might have been spending time with Grace?" "Well, there's the whole gang." WPC Cross looked up at her with sharp interest. "The children on this garden," she said. "They've all grown up together from babies, so when I say gang, I don't mean that in the street gang sense of the word. Just a gang of friends. They're all very close. They spend a lot of time together." "And this group of friends, who does it consist of, would you say?" "Well, there's my 3, another girl called Tyler who lives in a flat at the other end." "A girl called Tyler?" "Yes, Tyler Redknow. Her mother is Cecilia Redknow." "Funny name for a girl, isn't it? And how old is this Tyler?" "She's 13. "Same age as Grace?" "Yes. And my middle girl, Fern. Oh, and then there's Dylan. He's 13 too, nearly 14. He lives in the attic flat of this building." "And his surname?" "Maxwell Reed. Dylan Maxwell Reed. His mother is called Fiona." "Thank you. Anyone else?" "Well, there was Robbie on Saturday. Robbie is Dylan's half-brother. He's 10 years older. Has quite severe learning difficulties. He usually lives in residential care, but he was home on Saturday for the party. And when he's around, he always hangs out with Dylan. They're kind of inseparable." "That's great. Thank you, Mrs. Howes. And if you could give me some sense of the timescale of events on Saturday, from your perspective." "From what sort of time? You mean right from the beginning of the party, or—" "Well, shall we say from around 5:30, when you helped pack up the face-painting stand?" "Right. Well, okay. I told them they could go. I mean, some smaller children had got to the face paints and the whole thing was chaos, so I said I'd do it. They all headed off to the top of the garden, their normal place for hanging out." "They being the whole gang?" "Yes, all of them. Oh, and Max. I forgot Max." "And Max is—" "He's younger, about 9, bit of a loner, but hangs around with them on the off chance of an impromptu game of football. That's all he wants to do, as far as I can tell. I don't know his surname, and I'm not sure where he lives. I think on the other side, on the terrace, and I think his parents are American." "So, at 5:30 they all went off on their own?" "Correct, and I packed up the stall, took the folding table and gazebo to the middle of the garden. That's where we leave everything for the van to collect this morning. They take it to a storage unit. So at about 6 o'clock I rejoined our guests here. Leo did a barbecue. The children came back for an hour or so at about 7 p.m. to have something to eat. Then they all disappeared again. Including Grace. Yes, including Grace, but her little sister Pip stayed on the terrace with us. She's a bit of a mummy's girl, not so keen on being part of the clique. Clique? WPC Cross looked up at her again, with those penetratingly clear blue eyes. Yes, gang, you know. Anyway, we all helped clear up after the barbecue, drank some more, talked. Then, at about 9 o'clock, it was obvious that Grace's mum, Claire, had probably had a bit too much to drink. I don't think she's much of a drinker, small bones, you know. She laughed nervously. Anyway, she was a bit wobbly on her feet, and Leo offered to get her home, but Pip said she could manage. And Pip is Grace's sister. Yes, she's 12. Very sensible girl. Anyway, that was at about 9, then I made Leo go over and check on them both. I was a bit worried, not sure Pip could handle it by herself. So he took the dog and went over and spoke to Pip. And this was roughly what time? I guess just after 9? OK, thank you. Leo came back about 20 minutes later, then my sister and her family left. Her children had fallen asleep on the sofa, in their pyjamas. They got a minicab back to Willesden. And then? Leo and I tidied up, went back onto the terrace, had another glass of wine. And did you see any of the children during this time? Yes, we saw them come down the hill and head into the playground, at about 10:15. Did you speak to them? No, I waved, but they didn't see. And was Grace with them? And there it was. The black spot on Adele's consciousness. The moment she had replayed and replayed, until she'd driven herself almost insane the past 2 nights. She had seen the children as an amorphous mass that had looked roughly the right size and shape. She could not remember who had been in the group, not specifically. I'm afraid I don't know, she said, her face filling with colour, her heart racing with nerves, feeling inexplicably culpable. That's okay, Mrs. Howes, that's fine. We can put the rest of the picture together, talking to other people. You've given us loads, plenty. We'll go and ring on a few doorbells, and if we wanted to speak to your husband and your children, when would be a good time to come back? Well, Leo normally gets back from work around 6, unless he's with clients, in which case it might be a lot later. I can call him now if you like, see what his plans are. Don't worry about that. We'll just try again after 6, and if he's not here, we'll maybe get him to come into the station. The station? Yes, just for convenience. But really, whatever's easier. WPC Tara Cross put her barely drunk mug of tea on the coffee table, put her neat leather bag over her shoulder, exchanged a look with PC Michaelides, and got up to leave. In the hallway she popped her head into the kitchen. Bye, girls. See you later. They all looked up from their textbooks, and Willow jumped to her feet and ran to the doorway. Are you coming back to ask us questions? Possibly, said WPC Cross. We'll see how it goes. Please come and ask us questions. It'll be so exciting. Adele tutted. Willow, she said. Grace is in hospital. In a coma. Show some respect. I am being respectful. I want to help the police find out who hurt her. What's disrespectful about that? Just, Adele sighed, threw the police an apologetic look. Maybe try not to be so excited about everything. It's not a time for excitement. You know Grace had a boyfriend? Willow asked, not showing much sign of being any less excited. The police officers stopped and turned back. Really? Said WPC Cross. What kind of boyfriend? Dylan, said Willow, her eyes shining. He's our friend. We've known him, like, forever. WPC Cross turned to Adele. Is this the same Dylan you mentioned earlier? Yes, I suppose it is, although boyfriend and girlfriend at that age. She laughed. Well, you know, it's not exactly a relationship, it's... Willow cut her off. It is, she said, her back pressed into the doorframe, climbing up the other side of the frame with her bare feet, until she was suspended halfway up. Something she did all the time, but that looked decidedly odd in the presence of a pair of police officers. "It is a proper relationship. They love each other." Capkin and Fern were both totting loudly now, and looking appalled. Adele pulled Willow gently by the hand to detach her from the inside of the doorframe, and as she slid down, her T-shirt rose up, revealing 2 large bruises in the small of her back. "Nasty bruises you've got there," said WPC Cross. Adele looked at the bruises in horror. They were violent and fresh, the result of a fall off the swings in the dark on Saturday night. She'd landed backwards on a child's plastic toy, and appeared on the terrace crying like a 5-year-old. Adele had administered tiger balm and hugs, and sent her back on her way a while later. "Fell off the swing," Willow shrugged, and skipped back to her schoolbook. "Didn't hurt." "You're a brave girl, then," said WPC Cross, smiling, her eyes tracing an arc around the interior of the kitchen, over Adele's bruised children, her choices, her lifestyle, before smiling again and saying goodbye. Adele closed the front door behind the 2 officers a moment later, and leaned heavily against it. She was shaking slightly, feeling horribly incriminated in some deeply irrational way. She'd agreed to them talking to the children later, but only if Leo was present. After Willow's unexpected outburst about Grace and Dylan being in love, and the revelation of the awful bruises, which looked like those of a child who'd been kicked in the back with a hobnail boot whilst lying in a fetal ball on the floor, she couldn't face another interrogation without another grown-up in the room. Gordon appeared in the hallway then, his prosthetic foot in his hand, leaning heavily on his carved African stick. "What the hell did they want?" "They're just trying to piece together what happened on Saturday night," she said, trying to sound as though the whole episode had been perfectly pleasant. "Asking around the neighbourhood. They're coming back later to talk to the rest of you." "Not much point talking to me," he muttered, hopping towards the living-room door. "Don't know diddly." He grimaced and called over his shoulder, "Give me a hand with this blessed contraption, will you, Mrs. H? They keep telling me it's easy, and it's not fucking easy. I'd like to see them try." She followed him into the living room and hoisted his leg up onto the puff. "What time are they coming back?" he said after a moment's silence. 6-ish, she said, rolling up his trouser leg, marvelling at the neatness of what remained of his lower leg. Where once there had been putrefaction and decay, now there was a shiny pink and white knob of flesh and bone. "Don't know why they're bothering," he said. "No one's going to know anything, and anyone who does isn't going to say anything. If there was foul play involved, we'd know by now. Just one of those things," he said. "Like that Redno girl. Stupid little girls get in over their heads, and look what happens. Just look what happens." He shook his head heavily from side to side, and Adele resisted the temptation to whack him over his big fat crown with his prosthetic foot and storm out. Even now, she thought, with a young girl in a hospital bed, wired up to machinery, her mother in the next room, probably unable to eat or form a thought beyond her daughter's welfare. Even now this horrible old man could find not a shred of normal human decency within him, not an iota of empathy. She fitted his prosthetic in icy cold silence, and then returned to her daughters in their kitchen classroom, feeling as though every aspect of her perfect life had been taken out of its box, bent out of shape, and left in a warped, unappealing heap on the floor. 23. The WPC turned up at the hospital again early on Monday morning. She'd introduced herself the day before, but Claire couldn't recall her name. "So, Grace, how old is she?" "Well, she's 13. It was her birthday on Saturday, so only just." "And what sort of girl would you say she was, generally?" "Well, you know, a bit moody, a bit stroppy, prone to unpredictable outbursts of affection. The WPC looked at her with Arctic blue eyes. Mature for her age? Physically, well, yes, I guess so. She's tall, big-boned. Developed, in, some ways. Okay. She wrote this down. Claire couldn't think why. Lots of friends? A few, yes. She just started a new school in January, and she hasn't really found her feet socially there yet. But in the communal garden, yes. She's definitely part of the scene out there. She spends a lot of time with a family over the way. They have 3 daughters, similar ages. Ah, yes. The WPC flipped some pages in her notepad. The houses. Yes, that's right. Leo and Adele. Claire blanched at the memory of the way she'd behaved on Saturday night. I've just come from theirs. They said you were there on Saturday night from... She ran her finger along the lines of her handwriting. 5 till about 9. Yes, that's right. And you had your youngest daughter with you? Yes, for most of the time. And Grace was hanging about with the other teenagers? Yes. Claire only knew that because Pip had told her. She had barely given Grace a thought from approximately her 3rd glass of wine. So when would you say was the last time you saw Grace before she was found? The answer to this question sat painfully on the tip of Claire's tongue. Well, I saw her for a little while during the barbecue at the houses. She was there for a few minutes, not very long. But before that, the last time I saw her properly was around 2 p.m. Her eyes fell to the floor. 2 p.m? Yes. I threw her a little birthday party. Well, not even a party, really, just a gathering, on our patio. We had non-alcoholic cocktails, presents, cake. Okay, and who was there? Me and the girls, obviously. The 3 sisters. Another girl from the garden called Tyler. A boy called Dylan. The WPC stabbed her notepad triumphantly. Maxwell Reed. Who? What? Dylan Maxwell Reed? Is he? Said Claire, confused. I don't know. Anyway, he was there, and my mother came too. No one else? No. Grace's father? No, Claire replied circumspectly. We're estranged. Okay, so what happened at 2 p.m? Party ended? Yes, the party ended. The older ones disappeared. Pip and I tied it up. Then Pip went out into the communal garden. She was taking part in some pet competition thing. My mother left a few minutes later, and I sat in my back garden for a while, reading. Then Pip came back, said she wanted me to come and look at some animals with her, some kind of petting zoo, I don't know. We looked for Grace then, couldn't find her anywhere, so I called her. When was this? I don't know, 4-ish, I guess. She was at Tyler's house. She checked her notes again. Tyler Redknapp. I don't know what her surname is. And where does she live, this Tyler? Just over the way from us, the mansion block on the right. And does Grace spend a lot of time at Tyler's house? Claire shook her head. No, I think this was the first time she'd been there, as far as I know. Her flat doesn't open onto the garden, so you have to leave the garden, walk on the road to get in and out. And I thought she knew she wasn't supposed to do that. But clearly she didn't. No. Claire cast her eyes down. No. I told her I wasn't happy about it, but, it was her birthday. I didn't want to make her come back, didn't want to cramp her style. No. The WPC looked at her sympathetically. Of course not. And do you have any idea what she was doing between then and 7 o'clock when she came to the houses for the barbecue? She was at the face-painting stall, as far as I know. And then I sent Pip to check on her at about 6 o'clock. And Pip said she was up on the hill, their usual spot with all the others. So, said the WPC in a let's get this straight tone. 2 p.m. she left your house. 4 p.m. she was at Tyler's flat. 6 p.m. she was on top of the hill with her friends. 7 p.m. she was at the houses having her dinner. So really, we're looking at a big black hole between 7:30 and 10 o'clock when your younger daughter found her. Can you tell me where you were between those times? Well, I was at the houses until about 9 o'clock. Then Pip and I walked home and I went to bed. At 9 p.m? I was feeling a bit unwell. Claire felt her mouth grow dry. She reached for a plastic cup of water on the table in front of her and spilt some down the front of her top. She wiped it away with the back of her hand. I was sick. No point lying. The police would be talking to everyone, she assumed. Someone was bound to mention the fact that she'd been paralytic, that her 12-year-old had had to virtually carry her home. Ah, yes, Mrs. Howes mentioned you were a bit the worse for wear. And your younger daughter? What was she doing while you were asleep? Claire gave up the facade. She didn't have the energy for it any more. She let her head drop into her hands. Then she lifted it again and looked at the WPC openly and frankly. I have no idea, she said with a wry smile. I was out cold. But she was with you? Yes, I assume. She says she sat with me for a while and then she went to get her phone to try to call Grace to get her to come in. But apparently Grace's phone was out of charge. Oh, and she said Leo Howes came to check on us both shortly after we got back. And then at some point she left me and went out to look for Grace. She shrugged as if to say, Take me to the stocks, take me to the ducking pond. I am the worst mother in the world. Well, me and my colleague are going back to the houses later to talk to their daughters. They were out with Grace for most of the evening, so they might be able to shed some light on that vital couple of hours, and we'll talk to Mr. Howes. But just generally, Miss Wilde, Grace, did she have any problems on the garden? Anyone who might have wished her harm? Any complicated relationships with her friends? That kind of thing. God, no, no. They're just children. They're just children, she cut in. Yes, that's true. But children are hard to define sometimes, aren't they? She gazed at Claire coolly. My niece goes from playing Barbie dolls with her little sister to screaming at her mum because she won't let her wear a push-up bra. She blinked and paused, as though she thought Claire was about to laugh and say, Oh, yes, so true. How naive of me. Well, of course, it's a difficult age, neither one thing nor another. But no, they're all just friends. Ah, now that's interesting. The WPC flipped through her notepad again. Because one of the house's girls, the little one... Willow? Willow, yes. She told me, and obviously she is very young, and who knows how much truth you can get out of a child that age. But she told me that Grace and Dylan Maxwell Reed were going out together. Claire sighed. Oh, for goodness sake, yes. I've seen them hanging out together. It does look like they're quite close, but they're 13. It's not like they're going for candle-lit dinners together, you know? It's just, innocent. Childish. Willow tells me that they're in love, that it's serious. Claire laughed. A loud bark of a laugh that didn't quite sound like it had come from her. The WPC laughed too, put a lid back on her pen. Kids, she said. Have you got children? Asked Claire. What, me? God, no. Not yet. Plenty of time for that. Claire nodded. The WPC looked about 30, barely younger than her. So, we're still waiting on the full medical report on Grace, and I hear there's a forensic nurse on her way over right now. So, depending on all the test results and, well, I'll keep asking around, fill in the blanks, we should have a much clearer idea of what happened, you know? The big picture. She put her notepad into her little leather shoulder bag, hooked it over her shoulder, smiled. What do you think happened, Miss Wilde? She asked this in a friendly, talking-off-the-record tone. Claire smiled weakly, unable to find the energy even to lift her head. I don't know. I should know. But I don't. I'm so sorry. The WPC looked down at Claire and smiled sympathetically. We'll get there, don't you worry. A 13-year-old in a garden full of people in central London? We'll get there. After she left the room, Claire put her face inside her hands and cried. 24. Her mum was crying when Pip returned to the waiting room. She was trying to act like she wasn't. She was trying to force a smile, but it was really tragic. Pip, she said, reaching for her hands. Listen, this is really, really important, really important. The police have just been, and they will probably want to talk to you at some point too, so we really need to talk about what happened out there on Saturday night. We really need to work out the details. Because Mr. Darko told me yesterday that the coma isn't actually a head trauma, that the injuries to her face are superficial. That apparently, she paused, smiling shakily, someone gave her an overdose of drugs. Pip straightened, felt her blood fill with adrenaline. She still hadn't told anyone about Grace's top being up, about her shorts being down. She'd covered her sister up before anyone had come up the hill. She'd been too embarrassed to say anything, and then scared that she might get into trouble if she did. So what's happening, her mum continued, massaging Pip's hands with hers, is that the police are sending a special nurse quite soon, and she's going to examine Grace for any signs of anything bad having happened to her, and then we'll have a better idea about things. But in the meantime, baby, I need you to really, really try and remember anything, everything from Saturday night. Huh? She smiled a watery smile at Pip and squeezed her hands. Pip nodded and forced the words through the block inside her throat. When I found her, she whispered, her top was up. Her mum stopped massaging her hands and looked at her sharply. Up? Yes, like you know. She pulled at the hem of her own top and raised it slightly. But higher. Could you see her bra? She nodded, gulped. It was up too. Could you see her breasts? Her mother asked breathlessly. Yes, her bra was kind of... It was like... She put her hands behind her back to demonstrate. Twisted, you know, like it hadn't been undone, just sort of pulled. And her shorts too, they were like... down? Her mother made a pained noise under her breath. Not all the way down, she continued. Just, you know, to here. She pointed to a spot on her upper thigh. Pants? Pip nodded, cast her eyes down. Pip, said her mother, baby, why didn't you say so before? I don't know, she said. I tidied her all up when I found her. I didn't want other people coming from the garden and seeing her like that. I thought she'd be really cross. And then when everyone came, and then the police came and nobody asked, and then when we found out she was in a coma... She shrugged. I thought maybe it didn't matter. I thought maybe it wasn't important. She paused. I'm sorry, she said. I am really sorry. No, said her mother, opening up her arms. No, please, baby. Don't be sorry, you didn't know. How could you know? It was my job to know, and I failed. Pip let her mum hug her, holding her breath against the sour smell of her. Then Claire released her and held her at arm's length. Was there anything else, though? Anything I missed? You need to tell me, Pip. Tell me every last thing. Pip thought back through the day. Then she thought back through the preceding days and weeks. She thought of all the moments over the past 6 months when things hadn't felt quite right. and she looked at her mother and didn't know where to start. Then one memory came to the fore. The wild-eyed boy on the hill, the way he looked at her. "Someone needs to talk to Max," she said. "Max?" "Yes, you know, the boy with red hair. The one who's always playing football? He was there." "Where?" "On the hill. When I was looking for Grace, he came down the hill and he looked really weird." "How old is he, this Max?" "9, said Pip. "Too young to have had anything to do with it, then." "Yes, but he might have seen someone. He might have seen something happening. And someone needs to talk to Rhea, the old lady, Fergus's owner. She lives in the flats at the top of the hill. Her balcony overlooks the place where I found Grace. And Gordon, Willow's granddad, he was out there when I was in the playground with Tyler and Willow and Fern. He was wandering about in the garden. He might have seen something. And Dylan, they really, really need to talk to Dylan. He was with her nearly all day and night." Memories and fragments of memories spun round her head. And then came another, suddenly, hard and fast. "Leo," she said. "They have to talk to Leo, I think." She felt her whole body fill with ice as she talked, with the frozen enormity of what she was saying. "I think Leo had something to do with it." "What?" "He was out there, remember, before it happened, and—" She was sure now, so sure. "There's something not right about him." Her mother stared at her with her jaw left open. "Leo," she said. "Our Leo?" "He's not our Leo," Pip tutted. "And that's exactly what I mean. Everyone thinks he's so great. He thinks he's so great. Grace thinks he's so great. But he's not. He's weird. Do you know," she was gabbling, "once, ages ago, like the first or second time I went to their house, I walked past Willow's bedroom and Leo was in there on Willow's bed, holding Tyler in his arms, holding hands with her." She left a pause for her words to sink in. "Seriously," she said, "that seriously happened." Claire rested a hand on her thigh, pushing a lock of hair from her face with her other hand. "Pip," she said. "There were dozens of people in the garden on Saturday night, and if it turns out that there was some kind of sexual assault on Grace, then the police will be launching a full-blown investigation. And if that's the case, then you really, really can't go around casting aspersions on our neighbours. Leo is a good, good man." "But what about Phoebe?" she cried. "Phoebe Redknow. Leo was her boyfriend when she died, of a drug overdose in the same garden, in virtually the same exact place. Isn't it obvious, can't you see? History repeating itself, can't you see?" "Who is Phoebe Redknow?" "She was Tyler's mum's sister, you know, the one who was found dead in the garden when she was 15. Claire nodded, thinking of the bench in the garden with the girl's name on it. And then suddenly remembering something her mother had said the first time she'd come to see them in their new flat. Something about a girl dying in a communal garden years earlier. Could it have been their garden she was remembering? As she thought this, the door opened, and a nurse appeared with another woman, middle-aged, slightly overweight, wearing a cotton jacket over a blue tunic. The nurse pointed out Claire to the other woman and then left the room. "Hello," the woman said. "Mrs. Wilde. My name's Jo Mackey. I'm a forensic nurse examiner. I think your daughter's consultant told you to expect me?" Claire sat up straight and nodded. "I wasn't expecting you so early." "Pure luck," she said in a gentle Scots accent. "Good timing. I was just over Islington way, and obviously it's been a while now since the incident." 36 hours, said Claire. "Yes, quite a while, so there's no time to waste." She looked at Pip and smiled. "Is that your sister in there?" she asked pleasantly. Pip nodded. "Well, I've spoken to Mr. Darko, and he says she's stable enough for us to start straight away. So," she gestured at Claire to get to her feet, "shall we go?" Pip got to her feet too, and Jo Mackey smiled and said, "I think just Mum for now, okay?" Pip sat down again. She didn't know what a forensic nurse examiner was exactly, but she knew what forensics were, and she knew what a nurse was, and she knew what an examination was, and she could take an educated guess. She thought again of the bunched-up top, the yanked-down shorts, and she thought of Leo on Willow's bed looking up at her with those darkly hooded eyes, and she prayed to herself, "Please, Joe Mackey, don't find anything on my sister. Please, Joe Mackey, find nothing at all." 25. The doorbell rang again about 2 hours after the police constables had left. Since their visit, Adele hadn't been able to concentrate on the girls' lesson at all. She'd set them a reading objective, left them all curled up in various spots around the flat, reading their set pieces, while she sat at the kitchen table staring through the window at the gardens beyond. Gordon was out there with his physiotherapist. She could just see them in the distance. There were other people too, sitting in the sun, making the most of another glorious summer's day. It felt as though summer was happening now only to other people, no longer anything to do with her. She got heavily to her feet and went to the hall to answer the door. "Hello again." It was P.C. Michaelides, alone this time. "Sorry to bother you again, Mrs. Howes, but I've just had a call from WPC Cross. She's been up at the hospital talking to Mrs. Wilde, and there's been a further development regarding Grace. I wonder if I could just have a short word with you about it. Won't take more than 5 minutes." "She is okay, isn't she?" "Well, no change as far as we know." He wiped his feet on the doormat, despite days of dry, sunny weather, and followed Adele into the kitchen. He turned down her offer of a hot drink, said he'd had enough tea and coffee this morning to wire himself up to the national grid. Then, once they were both seated at the table, he ran his finger absent-mindedly over the etched-in grooves of the wooden surface and said, "They've had the test results back for Grace, the MRI and the bloods, and apparently there is no evidence of any kind of head trauma or injury commensurate with her current condition. But," he looked up at her with his chocolate eyes and said, "they found drugs in her system, and alcohol." "What?" "Well, yes, quite a surprise. I mean, obviously. She's very young, although, according to your daughter earlier, may be mature for her age." She nodded, then shook her head. "What sort of drugs?" Sleeping pills, apparently. Prescription ones. Heavy duty." She shook her head before he'd even asked her the question. "We don't have anything like that. Not in our house. I'm anti all those kinds of non-essential drugs, you know, the painkillers and muscle relaxants and decongestants, that kind of thing. I treat those sorts of smaller problems homeopathically, or naturally." "Herbs and stuff, you mean?" "Yes, sort of. If anyone has trouble sleeping in this family, it's chamomile and essential oils and half an hour of meditation before bed." She laughed, over-loud, over-insistent. "I see." He smiled. "So they're unlikely to have originated from here, then?" "Highly," she said. "Definitely, in fact." "Great," he said. "But maybe you could ask them to think about who else might have had access to that type of thing. Older teenagers, maybe. And the alcohol, did they see anyone giving Grace a drink? That kind of thing." "I did see something," Adele said, a memory suddenly opening up in her consciousness. "When I was face painting, around 2 p.m. I saw Grace and Dylan leave the garden together. They looked like they were up to something. She had a shoulder bag with her, and they were looking inside it, and at the time I thought they were going to the shops to get sweets or something. It's possible they were going to get alcohol, I suppose, or something worse." P.C. Michaelides rippled his fingertips over the tabletop as though it was a piano keyboard, and then jumped nimbly to his feet. "Right, well, that'll do for now. I've got some more calls to make, and we'll be back later to speak to your husband and to your daughters, and in the—" He stopped and looked up as a cacophony of sound came from the direction of the terrace, and Gordon and his physiotherapist appeared in the kitchen doorway. "Oi, oi," said Gordon, heaving his bad leg over the step, and eyeing the PC unpleasantly. "Back so soon?" Adele saw the PC take in the unusual form of Gordon. The improbable hair, the garish shirt, the swollen girth, and then, last of all, the prosthetic foot. "Good morning, sir," he said. "I'm PC McLeod's. That's a fine-looking foot you've got there." "Yes," agreed Gordon. "Fucking marvellous. Taking some getting used to, but fuck me, the things they can do these days. You know, if I'd have lost a foot even 15 years ago, I'd have been stuck with a fucking peg and a crutch." "Recent addition, then?" Yes. Gordon hobbled to the table and flopped down heavily on the bench. "Blasted diabetes. Had to have it chopped off. They were going to do it in the car, that's where I live, but I thought, fuck me. I love this country, but you're not sawing me up with a knife. Straight back here to the good old NHS. They took it off last month. Biggest relief of my life. Christ! The pain of that foot by the end, it was unspeakable." "So, do you live here, sir?" "Live here? Well, yes and no. It's my flat. I own it." "You own half of it, Gordon." Okay, half of it. Yes. But currently I am residing here with my son and his family while I recover from my operation and get used to this thing." "Talking of which, Gordon," said his physio, "we've still got another 10 minutes. She tapped her watch. Gordon sighed and pulled himself heavily to his feet. "Love you and leave you," he muttered, before hobbling to the kitchen door. "Were you here, sir?" said the PC. "On Saturday night?" "Yes, I most certainly was." "In which case, sir, I wonder if it would be possible to speak to you later on, when we come back to talk to the rest of the family." "Nothing to hide. Be delighted to." "That's great, sir. Thank you. I'll see you this evening." After he'd gone, PC McLeod's turned to Adele and smiled. "Quite a character," he said. "You could say that. Anyway, I've taken up way too much of your time already today, forgive me. I'll be around the area if you think of anything else, if anything occurs to you. I'm off to see—" He leafed through his notebook. "Fiona Maxwell Reed now, Dylan's mum. She lives upstairs from you, I believe." "Yes," said Adele, smoothing down the skirt of her summer dress. "But I'm not sure you'll get much out of her. She's very introverted, keeps herself to herself. She doesn't get involved in stuff in the garden, or anywhere else for that matter." "Well, thank you for the warning. I'll see what I can do." He stood in a doorway, looked upwards at the top floors of the house. Then he looked back at Adele and smiled. "See you later." "Yes," she said. "See you later." "Gordon," Adele said, finding him a moment later emerging from the bathroom with a crumpled newspaper in his hand and his fly not quite done up properly. Something had occurred to her while Gordon was chatting with the PC about his foot. Something she'd almost, but not quite, said. Because she'd realised as the words had hovered at the tip of her tongue that once it was said, it could not be unsaid. "Yes, Mrs. H. What can I do for you?" "Just wondering, when you were undergoing surgery, you know, before and after, did you have any trouble sleeping?" "Dear God, did I ever! You tried sleeping with an open wound for a foot." "And did they give you anything to help you sleep?" "Sweeties, you mean?" "Well, yes, sleeping pills." "I should say they did. Jesus Christ." "And you have any left?" "Oh, dear girl." His face lit up. "Don't tell me the old hippy-dippy magic potions aren't working. You'll be telling me you think the children should go to proper school and be taught by proper teachers next. Ha, ha!" He squeezed her hand conspiratorially. "Leave it with me, Mrs. H. I'll be right back." She watched him hobble down the hallway towards his room. "Thin end of the wedge," he shouted joyfully over his shoulder. "It'll be microwave chips for tea next. Ha, ha!" She chewed at the inside of her cheek while she waited for him. It seemed to take him a long time, and the longer it took him, the more she chewed her cheek, pressing the flesh closer to her teeth with the tip of her index finger. "Come on, Gordon," she chanted under her breath. "Come on." Finally, he appeared, looking flustered and confused. In the palm of his hand he held out 2 small blue and white pills. "Mrs. H," he said solemnly, "we appear to have a problem. Last time I looked I had half a fucking pot of these things, now I've got 2. He paused, jiggling the pills in the palm of his hand. "Someone," he said at last, "has been stealing my sweeties." "Well," said Joe Mackey, snapping off her rubber gloves a while later, "no sign of any trauma or injury. The hymen is intact." Claire felt an overwhelming upsurge of relief pass through her. She reached behind her to find the wall. "No bruising, no scratches. I've taken a swab, but I think it's safe to say that Grace has not been raped, vaginally or anally. Also, your younger daughter mentioned that Grace's top had been pulled up, so I've examined the breast for trauma, but there are no signs of anything. And I've taken swabs from that area." An image passed through Claire's mind so terrible that she needed to blink several times to dislodge it. "And also from inside her mouth. Now, unfortunately, because of the time that has elapsed since your daughter was attacked, it's possible that any sperm traces in the mouth may have been destroyed by salivary enzymes. But we might get lucky. It's not been quite 2 days yet, and I'll take these swabs myself to the lab and wait with the technician. We'll move everything along super fast." Claire blinked again. Sperm? On her daughter? In her daughter? No. "Is that likely?" she said. "I mean, in these cases, is that what happens?" Joe Mackey smiled at her. "Anything can happen, Claire. But hopefully, given the lack of any other signs of sexual assault, it didn't happen in this case. I'm really just going through the tick list." Claire felt a small hurt of hope inside her heart. A tick list. No sperm, just a tick list. "So," Joe Mackey clipped down the lid of a metal case that she'd filled with swabs and samples. "I should have some news for you in a few hours, or better still, no news at all, but either way, I'll be back." "Okay, thank you." "And in the meantime, off you go." She held open the door of the small office they'd been talking in, a quiet smile on her face. Claire looked at her questioningly. "You can see her now." "I can?" "Yes, I asked the nurse in charge. She said it's fine now." "Oh." Claire touched her heart. She hadn't seen her daughter for 36 hours. "Can I take my other daughter in, do you think?" "Maybe just you for now," she said. "Get used to it. Make yourself strong first." "Right." She picked up the metal case. "I need to run. I'll see you later." She watched Joe Mackey leaving with her box full of bits of her child's DNA. And then she headed towards the intensive care ward, her breath held tight inside her lungs. Grace was beautiful in her repose. The bruises to her face, bruises Claire could barely remember from the night they'd been inflicted, had faded to early evening storm clouds. Her skin was not broken. Claire wondered where all the blood had come from. A small hump on the bridge of her nose led her to conclude it had been a simple nosebleed. She remembered the thoughts of brain damage, of internal bleeding, of ineradicable facial scarring that had spun around her head in the back of the ambulance. Before the test results had come through, she thought crazily that Grace had fallen out of a tree. Out of a tree, like a plucky, foolhardy kid. She'd thought that her daughter was still a little girl. She looked strangely adult now, lying here with her chalky skin, her unmade-up face. Claire thanked the nurse who had silently passed her a cup of water. She rested the cup on the bedside table and reached out for Grace's hand. "Is it okay?" she said. "If I touch her?" "Of course," the nurse said kindly. "And do talk to her. She'll like to hear the sound of your voice." "Will she?" She thought of Chris and herself talking to her pregnant bump. Someone had told them to do that. Told them that it meant that when the baby was born, it would immediately recognize its parents' voices. that that would be a good thing. It had seemed an abstract concept at the time. Pregnant with her first child, no possible notion of what a parent-child bond would feel like in reality as opposed to in theory. And now that person who'd been hidden away inside her body was hidden away inside her own head. And once more, she was being asked to talk to someone who couldn't hear her, being asked to accept and act upon an abstract notion. How could it be possible, Claire thought, that she knew so little about a person she'd once grown inside her? A person who had taken milk from her body and slept on her shoulder. Who had, at one stage, given her a bullet-pointed rundown every day of what she'd done at school, missing out not one detail. And now, for all Claire knew, she might have been abused. Her body might have been violated. She took Grace's hand. It was warm and pulsed with life. "Hello, my baby girl," she said. "I'm sorry I haven't seen you for so long. They wouldn't let me. But I've been here the whole time. Me and your sister, we've both been here. And all the news is good so far. Your head hasn't been hurt. And a nice lady just came to look at some other parts of you. And she says those haven't been hurt either. I hope you didn't mind her coming to look at you. Anyway, your face looks fine. No scars, just some bruises. And we're all just waiting for you to wake up now, baby girl. Wake up and tell us what happened." She squeezed Grace's hand, tenderly, rubbed her thumb up and down the back of it, turned it over and traced a circle on the palm of her hand with her fingertip. Round and round the garden, like a teddy bear. How Grace had loved that game. She tried to think of something else to say, but she couldn't. All she could think, suddenly and fiercely, was, "Chris, I need you." 26. The flat had the slightly awkward air that homes often have when one returns after some time away, an uncomfortable loss of familiarity. Claire went straight to her room to pack. Pip, meanwhile, wandered from room to room, trying to find her way back into the flat. There were still hints of Grace's party here and there. The balloons tied to the garden chairs bobbed in and out of view through the back window. Her card sat on display on the dining table along with her presents. Pip touched things gently as she passed them, trying to assimilate them into herself. She heard her mum going through the wardrobe in her room, the jangle of her coat hangers knocking together. "Choose yourself a fresh outfit, Pip," her mum called out to her. "And a spare for me to pack, and be quick, really quick." She went into her own room. Here were the loudest suggestions of the hours before Saturday night. Grace's original outfit, discarded to the floor where she'd changed into her new clothes. Her makeup piled on the floor around the mirror. The wrapping paper from Dylan's gift to her. The one she'd squirreled away in here, not wanting to open it in front of the others. Pip went through the room, trying to find the gift, wondering if it contained a clue as to what had happened to her. But there was nothing, just the gift tag upon which he'd written 13! Kiss, 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 kiss. Like 13 was really old or something. Like 13 meant something. She went into the kitchen and peered through the window. It half amazed her to see people out there, just getting on with their lives. "Pip, hurry up!" She could see Catkin out there. She was reading. For a moment Pip was tempted to stride out there and shout into Catkin's face. "How can you sit there reading a book when my sister's in a coma, and it was probably your weird father who put her into it?" She looked away from Catkin and towards the block at the top of the garden, squinting to see if she could make out the form of Rhea sitting on her balcony. But there was no one there. Then she looked up at the tiny pinprick eyes of the attic flat above the houses. Was Dylan in there? Had he taken the day off school in the aftermath of his girlfriend being in a coma? Or was he at school mucking about with his posh mates, as if today was just a normal day? Did he even care? And then she looked right, towards Tyler's block of flats. Tyler with her scratched-up arms and her hard-girl facade. What did she know about Leo? About Grace? "Pip, come on, darling. We need to get back to the hospital. Grace might be waking up." Pip was about to turn and join her mother in the hallway, when she saw a flash of red hair, a streak of milky leg, a blaze of orange fluorescence as a ball arced across the garden. Max. She ran across the lawn, catching him by the walls of the secret garden where he was leaning to pick up his ball. He saw her and immediately walked away. "Max!" she said sharply, because in this new, disordered world of hers, sharp was something she was allowed to be. He pretended not to hear. "Max!" she said louder. She caught up to him and grabbed his arm. He shook his arm free of her hold and looked at her crossly. "What?" "You know what?" she said. "I don't know anything." "You do. When I saw you on the hill, you'd seen something. You know you had. What was it?" "Nothing," he said. "I didn't see anything, just your sister, like that." "So," she said, "why didn't you get help? Why didn't you do something?" "I was going to," he said. "I was going to, and then you came." Pip narrowed her eyes at him. "Did you see Leo?" "What?" "Leo, the girl's dad. Did you see him?" He looked at her incredulously. "No." Her shoulders slumped. She believed him. "Then tell me what you did see. My sister's in a coma, in an actual coma. Someone gave her a drug overdose. This is so serious. And you saw her, which means you're a witness, Max. The police are going to talk to you. You might as well tell me." She saw him hollow out, his thin chest go concave. He was losing his resolve. He sighed. "I didn't see anything. I just heard stuff." "What sort of stuff?" "Fighting, arguing." "Whose voices were they?" "I don't know, kids' voices." "And what were they saying?" "I don't know. I wasn't listening. I was just looking for my ball." He stared down at the ball in his hands, rolling it fondly between his fingertips, as if it reminded him of better times. "How many voices?" "A few. A lot." "Boys? Girls?" "Both. I don't know. And then there were other noises, footsteps, running." "Was she... When you found Grace, was she dressed?" Max's moon face flushed pink. He stared resolutely down at his ball. "Kind of... What? Kind of what?" "She was kind of half-dressed, half undressed. I tried to pull her bra down. I tried pulling up her, her pants and stuff, but she was too heavy." He looked up at her, appalled. By himself or by the situation, Pip didn't know. "I tried talking to her, but she was out cold." He stared into Pip's eyes. "I was coming when I saw you. I was coming to tell people. Honestly, I was." "Who do you think it was?" she asked, softer now. "In the rose garden? Who was arguing?" "I don't know," he said. "I swear, I don't remember anything else." "Okay." She patted his arm reassuringly. "Thank you, Max." "I hope she's okay," he said awkwardly. "Yes," said Pip. "So do I." "Leo," Adele whispered urgently into her phone. "You need to come home." "What? Why?" "Something's happened. The police have been again, and apparently they've had the test results back for Grace, and she was overdosed." "What?" "I know, but listen. They said it was sleeping pills, and at first I said, well, we don't have any sleeping pills, because we don't. But then Gordon came in and started talking about his foot, and I suddenly thought, fuck, he had sleeping pills. So I pretended I wanted one, and he went to get me one, and they were gone." "Sorry, what were gone?" "Gordon's sleeping pills," she replied, exasperatedly. "He had half a pot, and there were only 2 left." Sorry, Adele, I don't get it. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that someone gave Grace an overdose of sleeping pills on Saturday night, and that nearly all of Gordon's sleeping pills have gone. You have to come home, Leo. You have to come home now. We need to talk to the girls about this before the police come tonight. What? You think one of our girls gave Grace an overdose? No. Then what? I don't know, Leo. But the police are going to be here in 6 hours asking questions. And we need to talk to our children, and you need to come home. I can't come home, Del. I'm on my way to a meeting that's been in the diary since May. Well, then come home after, please, Leo. I will. I'll be back as soon as I can. And in the meantime, go and talk to the neighbours, because, hey, you never know. Maybe some of them have got sleeping pills in their houses too. Adele waited until she heard the communal front door slam shut, and then scooted to her bedroom window to see if it was P.C. Michaelides leaving the building. She saw him stop on the pavement for a while, consult his notebook, and then turn right. Presumably, she thought, to Cece's place. He wouldn't find her at home, though. "Wills," she said, knocking gently at her daughter's bedroom door. "I'm just popping out for a minute. Catkin's in the garden and Fern and Puppy are in the kitchen. Won't be long." Willow smiled up at her from her book. "This book is shit," she said in her customary jolly tone. "Do I have to read it?" Adele sighed. It was Little Women. "Seriously?" she said. "Yes, 100% seriously. I still don't know why Jacqueline Wilson isn't on the national curriculum. It's just totally ridiculous." She threw Little Women down on the bed at her side, folded her arms and huffed. "Look, whatever. Read something else. Ask Fern to choose something for you. I have to go now. I'll see you in half an hour." Fiona Maxwell Reed's tone over the intercom was tired and uneasy. "It's Adele from downstairs. Mind if I come up for a word?" She heard Fiona sigh and say, "Sure, come on up." Adele was breathless by the time she reached the top floor of the house. Fiona had left her door open, and Adele could see her moving about near her kitchenette. "Come in," she said. "Excuse the mess." Fiona was extraordinarily posh and extraordinarily poor. Robbie's father had left her the flat, but no cash. Her mother had left her a desolate house in Cumbria, which she rented out to hikers. She worked part-time in the petrol station on the Finchley Road to pay her household bills, and occasionally taught the flute to schoolchildren. And Dylan's school fees were paid for by a partial bursary, the shortfall made up by Fiona's father, who only did so because he was a snob about private schools, and it made him feel better about having a mixed-race grandson. Adele followed Fiona into her tiny living room, with its claustrophobic eaved ceilings, and piles of boxes and clothes and old newspapers, and was surprised to see Dylan sitting on the sofa. "Oh," she said. "Dylan? Not at school today?" He shook his head, and when Adele looked at him, she could see he'd been crying. Fiona looked from Dylan to Adele and gave her a wry look. "Have you seen Grace?" he asked croakily. "No, love, I haven't. I can't get through to Claire, and I don't like just to turn up, you know?" He nodded, rubbing the side of his hand across the end of his nose. "I feel really bad," he said, looking at Adele with his startling green eyes. "I should have stayed with her." "What happened, Dylan?" she asked, trying to find somewhere to sit. Fiona moved a pile of papers from a chair, and Adele sat down. "I don't know," he said. "We'd all been at the top of the hill, you know, hanging out. And then Tyler and Fern went to the playground, and it was just me and Grace and Robbie and Catkin. And Robbie said he wanted to come back indoors, so I brought him back upstairs, and then when I came out again, everyone was in the playground except Grace. And her mum wasn't at your house anymore, so I just thought they'd all gone home. And I texted Grace to say good night, and she didn't reply, and I thought, well, maybe she's already asleep, so I just texted her that I loved her." His face flushed rose pink. "And then the next thing, Pip's looking for her, and then—" Fresh tears sprang to his eyes, and he pressed them with the heels of his hands. Fiona rolled her eyes at Adele and passed her son another tissue. "So," said Adele, mentally trying to piece it all together, "when you came in with Robbie, you left Grace on the hill on her own?" "No, she was with Catkin." "And when you came back to the garden, Grace was gone, and Catkin was in the playground?" Dylan nodded, sniffed, rubbed his eyes again. "So what—" She pressed her fingertips into her temples. "I mean, how long were you gone for, with Robbie?" He shrugged. "I'm not really sure." "You brought Robbie back at 9:15, said Fiona. "I'd say you were here for about half an hour before you went back out." Adele looked questioningly at Dylan for confirmation. He nodded. "That sounds about right." "And did you go up the hill to look for Grace?" she asked. "No, I could see everyone else in the playground, so I went straight in there. And I asked where Grace was, and nobody knew. And then I saw Leo on his terrace, and I asked him if he'd seen Grace, and he told me she'd been waiting for me by the gate. Said she must have given up and gone home." Fiona looked at Adele curiously. "They told you about the overdose, did they?" she said, her mottled arms folded across her heavy middle. Adele nodded. "And the alcohol?" Adele nodded again. "It was just some champagne," said Dylan plaintively. "It was my present to her. That and a ring." Adele's eyebrows arched in surprise. "Where did you get champagne from, Dylan?" "I can't tell you." His head hung almost between his knees. "Did you tell the police?" He nodded. Fiona stared at him with pursed lips. "You may as well tell her, Dylan. It's not like it's going to make any difference to anything." He looked up at her through wet lashes. "I gave Tyler £5 to get it for me." "Get it?" "Yes. Steal it." "Oh, dear God." Adele sat back in her chair. "I know. I tried buying it myself, but everyone asked me for ID. I even asked some of the older boys at school, but none of them would. So Tyler just said, 'Give me a £5 and I'll sort it out.'" He shrugged. "I didn't think she meant she was going to nick it." Adele pulled herself straight. "Right, so," she said. "You gave the champagne to Grace as a birthday gift, and then when did you drink it?" "Well, we took it to Tyler's house. She said we could keep it in her fridge because her mum was out and wouldn't find it. And then she'd bring it down later when it was dark and we could all share it up on the hill." "Ah," said Adele, pieces of the puzzle coming together in her head. "So that's where you were going. I saw you both, sneaking off together. It was supposed to be a really nice thing, you know? It's not like Grace is the sort of girl to get drunk or whatever. She's not like that. But I just thought she was 13. It would be nice to do something a bit grown up. And instead it's turned into this really big, horrible deal. And now Tyler's going to be in the ship and Grace is in a coma and I wish I'd never ever done it. I wish I'd just bought her chocolates instead." He started crying again. His mother passed him another tissue. "Champagne," she said dryly. "At 13? Bloody ridiculous." "It was supposed to be romantic, Mum," he shouted at her. "But I wouldn't expect you to understand that." Fiona sighed and rolled her eyes. "Who else had the champagne?" Adele asked. "Just me, Tyler, Grace and Catkin. Fern tasted a bit of Grace's and didn't like it. Willow wasn't interested. Obviously Robbie didn't want any." "So you had what, a glass and a half each?" He nodded. "Tyler probably had a bit more than that because she drank her first glass faster than us." Adele sighed. Even for such young kids, it wasn't all that much. Nothing to get worked up about. Quite sweet, really. But then another thought occurred to her. "What did you drink the champagne out of? Plastic cups? You know, disposable ones. Where did they come from?" "Catkin brought them, from your house." "And who poured the champagne?" "Me." Adele nodded. She'd run out of questions. The champagne, as naughty as it was, appeared to have nothing whatsoever to do with the sleeping pills. You know, Dylan, that a tiny amount of alcohol like that wouldn't have done Grace any harm. The policeman said she was in a coma because of alcohol and drugs. Well, that's what was found in her system, yes. You'd have to drink a lot more than a glass of champagne to end up in a coma, Dylan. Don't be too hard on yourself. It was romantic. Misguided, yes, but romantic. Wish I'd had a boyfriend like you when I was 13. No, said Dylan, his eyes suddenly dark. You don't. Take my word for that. You don't. 27. Jo Mackie returned to the hospital 3 hours later. She took Claire back into the same room where they'd spoken before, lined up her paperwork on the table in front of her, and then looked at Claire. Claire knew immediately that something had come up on the swabs. She could see it in the strained kindness of her expression. "How was Grace?" asked Jo, peeling apart a sheaf of paper, looking for something in particular. Claire stroked the sides of a paper coffee cup. She looked better than I expected her to look. Last time I saw her, she was covered in blood. I thought she had a brain injury, so, you know, it was kind of a relief. Good, said Jo Mackie, looking at her again with that fearsome look of compassion. So, we rushed these through, and, as I suspected, we found nothing untoward in the vaginal or rectal passages. Claire sat towards the edge of her seat, knowing that she'd heard the good news and that the bad news was on its way. Nothing on the breasts either, but... Claire swallowed, hard. We did find traces of semen. Claire's stomach turned. In her mouth. She lifted her hands from the sides of her chair to her mouth. From just one source, she groaned. Was it her fault, she thought, for buying her daughter those tiny shorts, that skimpy top? But no signs of trauma around the mouth itself, no bruising, no tearing. But her nose, the bump. Jo Mackie nodded, as though this was a possibility she too had considered and discarded. No, she said, the nose injury looks more like it was inflicted by a hard fall. So whoever attacked her did it when she was unconscious. Is that what you're saying? Well, not entirely, no. I mean, Claire, at this stage we can't rule out the possibility that she wasn't attacked at all. Claire recoiled from Jo Mackie, regarding her with disgust. I beg your pardon? I'm not saying that she wasn't attacked, of course not. I'm just saying that it's not clear-cut. Forensically, I mean. For example, does Grace have a boyfriend? She's 12, Claire said unthinkingly. Jo glanced at her in confusion. Oh, she said, I thought she was 13. Sorry. Yes, she is, just. It was her birthday. Look, Claire, I'm a mum. I have an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old. I cannot conceive of them getting any bigger. I cannot imagine a world where my children detach themselves from me and have secrets from me and do things that adults do. But Grace had been drinking that night, hanging about with teenage friends. You can't rule out the possibility that whatever happened to Grace happened to her consensually. But she was drugged. Why would anyone drug her if she was giving it away for free? That I don't know, Claire. I can only talk about what I see, forensically. And that is a child with no physical signs of an assault, apart from a broken nose, which could have been caused by any number of unrelated mishaps. But the drugs, what about the drugs? Jo Mackie sighed and sat back into her chair. Until Grace wakes up, that is something for the police to investigate. And once they've found out where the drugs came from and how they got into Grace, then they can look into the possibility of assault. But right now, Claire, it might be worth you going home and talking to your daughter's friends. Find out how well you really knew her. Rhea, Adele called into the intercom. It's Adele. Mind if I come up? She'd tried Cece's flat, but there'd been no one home as she'd expected. "Yes, please do, please." Rhea greeted her at her front door in a floor-length caftan, her cat staring aggressively at the visitor from the other end of the hallway. "Come in, please. Sit. Tea? Coffee?" She reappeared a moment later, with a bag of her favourite cheesy puffs and a large bottle of Coke. "Please," said Adele, "don't open the crisps on my account. I'm really not hungry." "No," said Rhea sadly, putting the bag down. "No. I can't say that I am either." "Have the police been?" "Yes," she said pensively, sitting down next to Adele, smoothing out the front of her caftan. "A nice Greek boy. He just left." "Did he say where he was going?" "Yes. He said he was going to try Cece again. I told him not to bother. Told him she is a full-time social worker, but," she shrugged, "that's for him to find out." She began to twist at the lid of the Coke bottle. Adele smiled and took it from her, poured them a glass each, but didn't touch hers. She hadn't drunk Coke since she was about 17, since she'd seen that trick where someone left a penny in it overnight and it virtually disintegrated. "What did they tell you?" she asked. "They told me about the overdose. My God. I thought she'd knocked herself unconscious. I never thought. My God." "What else did he say?" "Well, really, he wasn't here to talk. He was here to ask questions. And listen, Adele." She reached across and covered Adele's hand with her own. "I have to be honest with you. I saw something on Saturday night, and really it was nothing. But the nice Greek boy, he seemed to think it was important. He was asking me a lot of questions about it, a lot of questions." Adele waited for Rhea to continue. "At around 9:15, I was sitting on my balcony and I saw Leo walking your dog up here, like he does every night, around the rose garden. And then he went into the rose garden, and I noticed this because I could see that the dog did not want to go into the rose garden. He was pulling against the lead, and Leo had to drag him through the gate." Adele nodded, her hands clasped together on her lap. "I told the police boy that Leo and the dog were in there for about 5 minutes, but I really don't know for sure. It was certainly longer than a minute. Then they came out again and headed down the hill back to your house, at which point I felt the cold a little and came indoors." Adele nodded again, encouragingly. "And that is that?" Adele narrowed her eyes. "And the police seemed interested in that?" "Yes," she nodded, "very. Wanted the timings to the closest half-second." "And you have any idea why?" "Well, no, apart from the fact that the girl was found outside the rose garden 40 minutes later. I suppose they need to place everybody." "And when Leo was in the rose garden, where were the kids? Could you see them?" "Which kids?" "Well, at the time it would have been Grace and Catkin, I suppose." "Yes." Rhea's face brightened with remembrance. "They were in the rose garden. I saw them go in, after the boy and his brother left." "Dylan and Robbie?" "Yes, Dylan and Robbie." Adele turned her gaze towards Rhea's balcony. "Would you mind if I—" "Of course not, please do." Adele stood on Rhea's balcony and looked down. From here she could see the far end of the rose garden where the gate was, but not the near end where the 2 benches were. "Could you see them?" she asked, turning to Rhea, who was standing just behind her. "Could you see the girls?" "No, not from here. And of course it was beginning to get dark around then, shadowy, you know." Adele turned back to the view. "And so Grace and Catkin were in the rose garden, then Leo came in with Scout, and then he left, and the girls were still there." "So far as I know, Adele, yes, and then I came indoors." Adele frowned. "I can't think why they would be so interested. I mean, if Catkin was there, it's not as if anything could have happened, is it?" "I did find it strange, yes, but, you know, Adele, I did tell the police boy another thing. I told him about Phoebe, and I told him about Gordon. And I also told him that I had seen Gordon wandering about the gardens a lot that night after the jazz. Just wandering about on that new foot of his." He caught my eye at one point. He looked up, and you know what he said? He said, 'How's that lovely daughter of yours?' I said, 'Gordon, she is 56 years old and has a grandchild.' And he said, 'I've got 7 grandchildren and 1 foot. What's that got to do with anything?'" Rhea rolled her brown eyes theatrically. "I know you say he has changed, Adele, but I don't see any evidence of it. So, anyway, I don't know. The police boy didn't seem very interested in Gordon, or in Phoebe, for that matter. But," her eyes watered slightly, "in Leo, he seemed very interested indeed. And, of course, the idea, the notion that your lovely, handsome husband should be in any way involved or have anything to do with—" She shook her head. "Preposterous. But I just thought you should know, so it doesn't take you by surprise." "Thank you, Rhea," said Adele. "I really do appreciate it." Adele let herself back into the garden through the gates on Virginia Terrace. She lowered her sunglasses from the top of her head and moved fast and stealthily to avoid unwanted conversations with nosy neighbours. She saw Catkin still on the lawn outside their flat with her book and the dog. She would talk to her in a minute. But first she made her way up the hill towards the benches and the rose garden. She sat for a moment on the benches where Grace and Dylan and her girls had been sitting for a while that night. From here you could see down the hill and towards her terrace and the playground. In front was the entrance to the rose garden. Behind was the wall dividing the garden from the backs of the shops on the high street. The wall was 10 feet tall, topped with curls of rusty barbed wire, and watched over by 2 cameras. In the whole history of the garden, no one had ever got in over that wall. She got to her feet and walked to the rose garden. She passed the spot where Grace had been found on Saturday night, on the grass just outside the gate. A shiver passed through her, and she pushed open the gate. The rose garden had always been her favourite spot in the garden. It was a cliché, of course, but it really was an oasis within an oasis. Before they'd had children, she would come here with novels and college work and nail polish and newspapers, and sometimes with Leo, to sit on the bench and kiss him for a while, away from the gaze of his parents and brothers. She'd breastfed Catkin in here too at first, but then stopped once Catkin was older and more vocal, feeling that she didn't want to spoil the peace and quiet of the spot for other garden residents. She was alone in here now. The tall hedges muted the sounds of the garden and cut out the majority of the landscape. She looked up into a cloudless blue sky, watching a jet trace its way lazily from one end of the horizon to the other, leaving a thin, hazy thread in its wake. She lowered her gaze to Rhea's balcony, and then lower still to the benches on the other side. There was Phoebe's bench on the right. The bench on the left was dedicated to a dog called Sparrow, who had died in 1987. Between the 2 benches was a waste bin. Adele stared at the bin for a moment, registering its significance. She stood over the bin and inventoried what she saw. An empty bottle, not of champagne, Dylan had been well and truly duped, but a nasty cheap carver in a black bottle. A stack of 5 clear disposable cups, ones she recognised from her own home. She came to a Coke can. She picked that out and sniffed it. No trace of anything untoward. Some screwed-up paper muffin cases, probably from the cake stall earlier in the day. Balled-up nappies in pale yellow bags, sections from Saturday's Times read and discarded. She was reaching deeper and deeper into the bin now, through the flotsam and jetsam of the day, not sure even what she was looking for. She pulled out the plastic cups, examined their bottoms for the residue of crushed-up pills, because surely that was how they'd been administered. They could not have been swallowed whole. But there was nothing. There was a rustle in the undergrowth behind the benches, and Adele jumped slightly when a large tortoiseshell cat landed on the back of the bench and stared at her blankly. She stared back at the cat, and then at the space from where he had arrived. A kind of tunnel in the hedge, a passageway with a dipped-out bottom scratched out of the dry earth by, she assumed, the claws of cats and foxes. It was a big hole. Big enough, she mused, for a person to clamber through, if they needed to. She shook her head, wondering why she was thinking this way. Then she stroked the cat's head, her eyes just flicking over Phoebe's memorial plaque, her thoughts grazing the spot in her consciousness where Gordon had suggested that Leo had something to do with her death. Her breath held deep and icy cold inside her. As soon as she and Pip had got back to the hospital from their brief trip home, Claire had plugged in her phone to charge it. She switched it on now and found a phalanx of missed calls, text messages and voicemails. She would go through them later. For now, though, there was something more important she needed to do. She found a number on her phone, one she'd programmed in a couple of weeks before. For a few moments she stood with her thumb over the call button. What she was about to do was irreversible, but she now knew inevitable. She focused on the image of the size 12 feet in the thick woolen socks and pressed call. "Hello?" said a woman with a small voice and a London accent. "Hi, is that Roxy?" "Speaking." "Hello. My name is Claire Wilde. We haven't met, but I believe you know my husband, Chris." There was a beat of surprised silence. "Yes." "I believe he may be staying with you at the moment." "Well, yeah, kind of. I mean, you know, on the sofa. I'm not calling to put you on the spot. He needed somewhere to stay, and I'm grateful to you. But there's an emergency. Chris is our daughter. She's in the hospital. It's very serious. And I need you to tell me honestly, really, really honestly, how he is." "He's good." "No, I need more than good." She'd raised her voice, frustrated by Roxy's immediate retreat into the evasive, inadequate teenage parlance of her own children. "This is so important, really. Before I bring Chris back into the picture, I need to know properly, is he well? Is he well enough to be at the side of his child's hospital bed?" She sensed Roxy on the other end of the line, pulling herself up tall, and heard the tone of her voice change. "He's been taking his medication every single day, going to all his outpatient appointments and cancelling." "Cancelling?" "Yeah, post-traumatic stress cancelling. Trying to come to terms with what he did." She paused. "To you and the children. He cooks me a lovely meal every night. He irons my clothes, looks after my plants, looks after me." Claire felt herself rankle at this last comment. A flash of jealousy passed through her. She embraced it. "And for the last few weeks, he's even been talking to people about another documentary. I mean, honestly, I swear if you didn't know his history, if you didn't know what happened last year, you would just think he was the sanest, normalest person out there. I mean, he's like a teddy bear." Now Claire envisaged Chris as a giant teddy bear in oatmeal socks. And as she did so, she felt the residual traces of the image that stained her consciousness for so long, of the wild-eyed man in the wetsuit, begin to fade away. "Where is he?" she said. "Right now?" "At home," said Roxy. "Probably. Are you with him?" "No, I'm at work." "Do you have a landline?" "Yeah. Could I have it? To call him?" Sure. Claire wrote it on the back of her hand. "What's the matter?" asked Roxy. "With Grace, may I ask?" She struggled for the words. There was an accident. We're not sure what happened, and she's in a coma." She heard Roxy's intake of breath. "Oh, Jesus! Oh, God, I'm so sorry." "Yes," said Claire. "So am I." She didn't pause before tapping in the number for Roxy's flat, gave herself no time to overthink it or find a reason not to do it. She acted on the ache inside her. the need to hear her husband's voice, to bring him to the bedside of their sick child. "Hello?" Oh, there it was. The baritone bear growl, the voice that said, "I am here, all is well." "Chris?" "Claire?" "Yes, it's me." "It's you?" She found herself laughing. "Yes, me, Claire Wilde." "Claire Wilde, my God! Claire Wilde! Hello, hello!" "Chris," she said, the name sounding raw and beautiful in her mouth, and then, "Chris, it's Grace. She's in hospital at the Royal Free. And you have to come now. Right now." 28. As soon as Pip walked into the waiting room after a trip to the toilets, she knew something was different. Her mum looked somehow supercharged, as if she'd had too much coffee, or someone had just told her the funniest joke she'd ever heard, and she'd only just stopped laughing. "I've got something to tell you," she said. "Sit down." Pip blanched. She sat down with a dreadful heaviness in her limbs. Grace was dead. "It's Daddy," Claire began. Her dad was dead. "He's on his way. Here, to the hospital." Pip recoiled slightly. "What?" "He's going to be here in a few minutes." She felt colour rise through her, the soft heat of joy. "But how? Did the hospital give him special permission?" She saw something pass through her mum's eyes, a flicker of doubt. "Yes," she said. "They said he could come because of Grace, and stay as long as he needs to stay, and even maybe not go back if we need him here." Pip let out a small peal of laughter. "Oh, my God!" she said. "Oh, my God, I'm going to see my Daddy!" And then she felt her stomach twist a bit and lowered her hands and said, "Is he okay? I mean, better?" "I've spoken to the person who's been looking after him, and they told me he's much, much better." Pip looked at her mother, her eyes wide over the tops of the hands she had clasped across her smiling mouth. For the first time in 8 long months, she was about to feel her father's arms around her again. Adele sat down next to Catkin on the lawn, regarded her for a moment, and then gently pulled the 2 long tangles of her waist-length hair back from her shoulders. Catkin had refused from a young age either to get her hair cut or to allow her mother to brush it properly. From time to time, Adele had been forced to cut chunks out of it, matted locks of hair that could not be saved. Nowadays, Catkin chose to keep them. She said she liked them. Adele found them hard to stomach, but she had never laid claim to her children's bodies or their sartorial choices. If Catkin wanted to look like a feral street urchin, that was entirely her decision. "Hello, beautiful." Catkin looked at her mum over the top of her paperback. "Hi." "How are you feeling?" Catkin shrugged. "A bit weird," she said. "Yes," said Adele, tucking a few loose, baby-soft hairs behind Catkin's ear. "I'm not surprised. It's all been a bit shocking, hasn't it?" Catkin shrugged again and pulled the hairs back into their original position. "I've just been talking to Rhea," Adele said, staring into the middle distance. She saw Catkin nod. "She says she saw you and Grace in the rose garden on Saturday night, after Dylan left to take Robbie home." Catkin nodded again. "So what were you doing, the pair of you?" "Not much. We just sat there for a while, talking. Dad came over, with the dog." "And what did you talk about with Dad?" "He told Grace that her mum was a bit tipsy, that Pip was on her own in the flat with her. Said she might want to go home, but Grace said she was waiting for Dylan to come back." "And was there any drinking at this point?" Catkin threw her an alarmed look. "It's okay," she said. "I've spoken to Dylan. He told me about the champagne." "No," she said. "That was all there was." "And then what happened?" "Grace said she was going to wait by the garden gates for Dylan to come back. She said she wanted to say good-night because she needed to go home. Did you go with her? No, I went to the playground to see what the others were doing. She went to the gate. Then what? Catlin looked at her inquiringly. Why are you asking me all these questions? Isn't that the police's job? Yes, it is. And they're coming back later to talk to us all. And we'd better know exactly what happened, because... She paused, resisting the temptation to move the loose hair back behind her daughter's ear again. Apparently, Grace was given an overdose of sleeping pills, and that's what's made her ill, not a blow to her head. What? Catlin covered her mouth with her hands. You're kidding, right? No, I'm not kidding. The policeman came back a couple of hours ago, he told me. Oh, my God, but that's awful. Who would have done that? I mean, you don't think she did it to herself, do you? Well, that's certainly not a line they're pursuing. But listen, can you see now why we must be absolutely certain about what happened out here before the police come back? Can you see? Catlin nodded. She grew thoughtful for a moment. When Dylan came back to the playground, she said quietly, he had a bottle of water. And where was Grace when Dylan came back? She must have gone home? And tell me more about this bottle of water. I don't know anything about it. I just noticed he had it. So, starting from the beginning, you and Grace were in the rose garden, Dad came in and had a little chat, then Grace left to wait for Dylan, and you went to the playground. Dylan came back, without Grace, but with a bottle of water. Catlin nodded, shrugged, pale bones moving inside the thin skin of her shoulders. Then what? Then we just hung out until Pip came past asking if we'd seen Grace. And then, well, you know. And all this time you were all in the playground. You, Fern, Tyler, Dylan. She nodded. Anyone else? No? Adele squeezed the back of her daughter's neck gently and got to her feet. Thank you. Mum? She turned. Yes? There was... She saw Catkin's bony chest rise and fall, rise and fall. Something did happen. Earlier. Her mouth sounded dry. What? When we'd had the champagne, when we were all a bit tipsy, Tyler was teasing Grace for not putting out. For what? She was calling her a prick tease, saying that she was 13 now and it was time for her to stop mucking about and give Dylan what he wanted. She said... Catlin stopped abruptly. Well, that was kind of it, really. Grace and Dylan both got really embarrassed. That was it. She trailed off. Are you sure? Adele asked. Yeah, I'm sure. Adele stroked her back one more time and headed back inside, a terrible feeling of gnawing discomfort growing within her by the second. Because, according to Catkin's account of things, the only time that Grace had been alone all afternoon and all evening was during the 20 minutes that her own husband had been walking the dog. There he was. There, in the doorway. Backlit. Enormous. Claire pulled herself slowly to her feet. He was thinner than she remembered. And there was that beard. The beard he'd never had before, but which looked so entirely a part of him that she already couldn't imagine him without it. And the hair. The wild hair that had tumbled about his shoulders and fallen into his eyes. The hair she would badger him about getting cut, because it made him look like a mad person. It was gone. His hair now was short and sane. He wore a soft cotton shirt in baby pink, the sleeves bunched up above his elbows, with wash-worn black trousers and giant suede desert boots in a camel colour. He looked first at Claire, then at his younger daughter, and then at his elder. He was torn. Pip made the choice for him. She leapt to her feet and flung herself around his neck. She looked small next to him, Claire noticed. She looked little again. She had briefed Chris. He knew that the official line for Pip was that he'd come straight from the hospital. There would be no talk of the month he'd spent living 4 miles away with a 26-year-old girl. No talk of all these weeks that Claire had been protecting her children from their father, when all along the real criminal was lurking in their back garden. There would be no talk of the mistakes Claire had made and the lapses in her own judgment. The only talk would be of Grace and how to get her to wake up. "She's still scared of you," she whispered in Chris's ear as he came towards Grace, his hand outstretched. "I don't know how she'll react to the sound of your voice. Maybe it would be better." He smiled at Claire. "I get it," he mouthed silently. He took Grace's hand in his. With his other hand he caressed the bruised contours of her face. Then he turned to Claire again, his face soft with hurt, and said, in the quietest whisper a man of his size could manage, "Who the hell did this to her?" "Did you get my letters?" "I did get your letters. I loved your letters. I used your letters to work out where you lived, so that I could send birthday presents to you." "Why didn't you ever reply?" Her father stopped and regarded the ceiling as though the answer were up there, sellotaped to the water pipes. "I tried," he said. "I did try. I wrote you loads of letters, but every time I read them back to myself they sounded wrong. Mad, you know. I didn't want you to get a letter from me that would make you worry, so I just screwed them all up, chucked them in the bin, decided to wait until I was all better so that I could do this instead." He brought his arms around her and squeezed her hard. "You're thin," she said, pulling back and regarding him. "I know," he said. "It's the medicine. I'm missing you all, of course." "Are you really allowed to stay out now?" "Yes," he smiled. "I'm free. Forever?" "Hopefully," he said. "But you know, you're 12 now, you're a big girl. You understand that I'm ill, that I will never get better, not properly, and I might get sick again and have to go back. But the doctors have found a much better way to treat me now, using much better medicine, so hopefully," he crossed 2 pairs of huge fingers, "I'll never have to leave you for such a long time again." Pip stared at him, drinking him in, all of him. "You know," she said, "Grace told me that she and I could never take drugs because it might give us paranoid schizophrenia, because that's what happened to you." "She told you that, did she?" "Yes, and she said it's genetic, so we might already have it. And if we take drugs, it might unlock it inside us, and now someone's given her drugs. Do you think... will she?" Her dad picked her hands up in his and brought them to his beardy chin, kissing the backs of them. "No," he said softly. "No, sweetheart. She won't. Wrong kind of drugs." Pip sighed with relief. Then she looked up at her dad, at the new, finer contours of his face, the plush beard and the cropped hair, and a memory came to her from left field, fast and vivid. A man on Fitzjohn's Avenue, weeks and weeks ago. She'd been on the bus, he'd been on the pavement. Their eyes had met. "I saw you," she said throatily. "In Hampstead, a month ago. I was on the bus." He looked down at her tenderly. "No," he said. "You didn't. It must just have been someone who looked like me." He kissed the crown of her head. "If it had been me," he said, "I'd have waved." 29. Adele and the girls had had a rather subdued lunch around the kitchen table. Homemade sandwiches and cold sausages and chicken left over from Saturday night. The only child with any conversation to her name was, of course, Willow, who hadn't stopped talking about the impending visit from the police, saying things like, "Right, we must all get our stories straight," and, "Fern, where exactly were you between 9 and 10? The older girls had just tutted and looked away from her disdainfully. But lunch was now over, the table was cleared, and Adele was about to ask Fern just that question. "Fern, can I have a word?" Fern looked up from her novel and pulled a bud from her ear, releasing a thin trickle of tinny music. Her eyes were circled with dark rings. She looked as though she hadn't slept for days. "What?" "We need to talk about Saturday night." "What about it?" "Well, the fact that you were one of the last people to be with Grace before something terrible happened to her." Fern started to pluck at a piece of loose skin on her thumb. It came away, leaving a bead of blood, which she sucked off. "None of us know what happened. We've already told you 1,000,000 times. Adele sat down next to Fern. "Thing is, Fern, I've been talking to other people, and there's lots of stuff you and your sisters didn't tell me yesterday. Like that there was champagne involved." "Hardly," said Fern, finding a new piece of dry skin to tug at. "There was like 1 bottle. We all had like a mouthful." "That's not the point. You should have told me. It's relevant." "We all said we wouldn't," she said. "So I was just going along with that. It was supposed to be like this big secret." Catkin also mentioned some teasing going on. Tyler telling Grace that she should be giving Dylan what he wants. I find that quite disturbing. Fern shrugged. "Well, that's Tyler, isn't it? She is quite disturbing." "Is she?" Fern shrugged again. "I guess. I mean, she's not your average 13-year-old, is she?" She turned her hands palms up and started looking for shreds of skin there among the patches of eczema. Adele put out a gentle stopping hand. "Isn't she?" "No, of course she's not." "Then what is an average 13-year-old? Fern considered the question. "I don't think there's any such thing," she said eventually. Adele stared out of the window for a moment, trying to work out what the essence of this situation actually was. Now, the police are coming back later, and I really don't want weird stuff coming out unexpectedly. So please, whatever happened, whatever you saw or heard, tell me now, "There's nothing to tell you. I was in the playground with the others, the whole time." Adele stilled herself for a moment before bringing herself back to life. "Did you see Dad?" she said. "During that hour between 9 and 10? "I think so," said Fern. "I saw him walking Scout." "Where did you see him going?" "I saw him going to Grace's house. Then a few minutes later he walked past us and went up the hill." "Did you see him come back again?" "No." "Did you see him with Grace?" "What? No?" Fern looked at her curiously. "Why are you asking me that, Mum?" She began picking again at the eczema on the palms of her hands. "You're acting really weird." "Am I?" Adele tried for a normal smile, but didn't quite get there. "Sorry, it's all just very unsettling, and it's making me feel very weird, you know?" "Yeah, I guess." Fern looked up suddenly from her hands and into Adele's eyes with those red-rimmed eyes of hers and said, "Do you think it had something to do with Dad?" "What? Oh, God, no, of course not." "It was Tyler," she said abruptly. Adele stared at Fern aghast. "What?" "It was Tyler who pushed Willow off the swings." Adele exhaled. "Oh," she said, "right. And why was that?" Fern shrugged. "I don't know. She just did it." "And you know," she said quietly, so quietly that Adele had to strain to hear her, "Tyler said something last night about Puppy. She said that she thought he had something to do with Phoebe dying." Adele flicked her gaze at Fern. "She said what?" "I don't know. It didn't make any sense at the time and everyone was being really crazy, but she said her mum had said that Puppy killed Phoebe, gave her an overdose." Adele laughed. "Well, that's the biggest lot of nonsense I've ever heard, and as you know, between Cece and Tyler lies an infinite sea of fantasy and conjecture." "I know," said Fern, "I know, That's what I said. It was so obvious she was making it up just to get attention. Exactly, said Adele. Lovely as Tyler is, she's always been a bit of an attention seeker. I only said it because you were asking all those weird questions. I know. Adele stroked the dirty blue tips of her daughter's hair. I know. But as she got to her feet, she felt herself wobble a little, lurch slightly. Because she really didn't know. She didn't know anything anymore. Adele called Leo at 3:30. Are you nearly home? She asked. Nowhere near, he said in his I'm-in-a-meeting voice. She tutted and sighed. I can't do this by myself, she said. Do what? Keep asking all these questions, she snapped. You do know that according to all the witnesses, you were probably the last person to see Grace before she was attacked. There was a beat of silence at the end of the line. No, he said. That's not true. It was Dylan. Well, that's not what Dylan is saying. Of course that's not what he's saying. Like I told you, he's the most likely culprit. Adele sighed. It didn't matter how far she stretched her own credulity. She could not bring herself to believe that Dylan had anything to do with this. Beautiful Dylan, who respected his weird mother and cared for his learning-disabled brother, and bought girls champagne for their birthdays to be romantic. Also, she said, you should probably know that Tyler's been shooting her mouth off about Phoebe's death, telling your children that Gordon had something to do with it. What? She's told your children that Gordon gave Phoebe an overdose. In the silence that followed, she heard the true significance of things filter up through her husband's consciousness. I'll wrap this up now, he said. I'll be home within the hour. I promise. She saw Tyler appear at the top of Virginia Crescent. It was 3:45 p.m. She was in her school uniform, battered rucksack swinging from one shoulder, PE bag from the other. Her hair was pulled back in a half-hearted ponytail, one sock up, one sock down. She looked nothing like the pristine girl of old. Tyler, said Adele, stepping into her path. How are you doing? Tyler smiled. I'm good, she said. Listen, the police have been here today. I know they've been looking for you and your mum. There've been some developments regarding Grace. Is she okay? Is she... She's still in a coma, but no change, so... Have you seen her? No. No, not yet. Tyler nodded, looking around herself. Can I have a word, Tyler? Now. Yeah. Where? At your flat, maybe? Or we could go to the cafe on the corner. I can buy you a muffin or something. Tyler's eyes lit up at the mention of a muffin. She rubbed her tummy and said, I didn't have lunch today. Mum didn't top up my card. Adele sighed, confused as ever by the fact that Cece spent her days caring for other people's children, yet let her own go without lunch money or company. Come on then, she said. I'll get you a jacket potato if you like. Yeah, said Tyler, eyes shining with gratitude. I would like that. Thank you. Adele watched as Tyler fiddled with the cutlery, the salt and pepper pots, the menus, then the paper tubes of sugar in a metal pot. She took them all out, rearranged them by type, put them back again. She was so like Willow, Adele thought, so much nervous energy all channeled into such inane activities. Maybe one day girls like Willow and Tyler would rule the world, but for now they were just compulsively fiddling about with bits of it. So how was school? Okay? Did you say anything to anyone about Saturday? No, she said. No one knows Grace, so it wasn't like anyone would be interested. What did your mum say? I dunno, not much. Adele pulled the salt and pepper pots from Tyler's hands, set them back on the table, brought her gaze up to meet hers. Tyler, she said, I'm hearing a lot of weird things about Saturday night. Things about stolen champagne, about teasing Grace and Dylan, about pushing Willow off the swing, And, kind of most worryingly of all, accusations about Gordon. Tyler shook her head and cast her eyes back to the tabletop. Nah. No? No. I didn't say anything about Gordon. Why would I say anything about Gordon? And why would someone say you had if you hadn't? I dunno. People just say stuff, don't they? They do, yes, that is true. So why don't you tell me some stuff about Saturday? About what you think happened? I've no idea what happened, I swear. We were just in the playground. Then Pip came running by, then it all went crazy. And what were you doing in the playground? Just what we always do, you know? Hanging out, mucking about, pushing people off swings. Yeah, well, she was annoying me. And what was she doing that annoyed you? Can't remember. You can't remember? No. Adele sighed, remembering innumerable situations over the years where she'd had to question Tyler about her involvement in childish scraps. She'd always been evasive to the point of genius. She's got a terrible bruise, you know. Tyler shrugged, squaring the menu up against the corner of the table. Sorry, she said. The waitress brought Tyler's potato, steaming through a mountain of cheese and baked beans. Tyler immediately picked up her fork and began to eat, blowing the steam of the too-hot food from a mouth made into a circle. Where was your mum on Saturday? Tyler unfolded a paper napkin and wiped her mouth with it, picked up her Coke and took a slurp. At his? Who's his? She remembered the date Cece had been going on when they'd met in the street a couple of weeks back. A boyfriend. She's there all the time. Oh, she said. And who's looking after you? No one. Me. Do you like him? He's all right, she said, her fork suspended by her mouth. He's not very chatty. He's a bit ugly. Adele sighed. She could not imagine. She really could not. Anyway, she continued, going back to Saturday night, do you remember seeing anyone else apart from your friends? Anyone you wouldn't expect to see in the garden at that time of night? Saw Gordon, she said, hobbling about. Saw Leo with the dog. Saw Rhea on her balcony. Didn't see anyone else. No weirdos lurking in the undergrowth. You know, Tyler, she said, they've run blood tests on Grace. She was given an overdose. That's what caused the coma. She watched Tyler chewing a mouthful of food, loading up her fork again, putting it in her mouth. You don't look very surprised. Not really. It's just history repeating itself, isn't it? Adele turned her teacup around on the saucer. You mean Phoebe? Yeah, Phoebe and Gordon. My mum told me that it was him, that he'd been abusing her, and she threatened to tell, so he killed her. Adele felt anger building within her. Right, Tyler, she said firmly. It is absolutely not okay to talk like that about people. I have no idea where your mother got this ridiculous notion from, but it's utter rubbish, and neither of you should be going around saying things like that. Yeah, but it's relevant, isn't it? Grace was drugged, Phoebe was drugged, Gordon was in the garden. She shrugged as if to say, duh. Right, fine, said Adele. Let's just drop this for now, but seriously, Tyler, when the police come to talk to you later, you have to be very careful what you say. Because if you start shooting your mouth off with all this nonsense about Gordon, you'll be distracting them from the real issue. And the real issue is Grace. And what on earth would Gordon have to do with Grace? I dunno, she said. Maybe he's a paedophile. Adele's thoughts returned to Rhea's words the other day, that she wouldn't feel happy having Gordon in her home with young girls. Don't be silly, she said. Of course he's not. How do you know that? How do you know anyone's not a paedophile? How do you know Leo's not a paedophile? I mean, he went out with my mum when she was only 13. Adele recoiled. God, Tyler, she said, aghast. How on earth do you know about that? Because my mum told me, she said. She told me everything. that she was obsessed with him for years. I know all that. And you know something else?" Her eyes narrowed, and she put down her fork. "I used to think that Leo was my dad. I really, really did. Because my mum let me believe that he was. She let me believe that for years and years and years. She never said he was, but then she never said he wasn't." She slid her fork back and forth across the side of her plate. Adele could see a film of tears across her eyes. The fork was moving faster and faster, making an irritating, rasping sound. She resisted the temptation to grab Tyler's hand and stop it. There was something colossal happening here, and she didn't want to scare it off. "But why?" she began gently. "Why would you think he was your father?" "Because—" She stopped. She looked up at Adele. "Because once, when I was really little, when I was about 4, 5 or something, I saw them kissing each other." Adele laughed. She couldn't help it. Tyler looked at her, affronted. "I don't know why you're laughing. It happened. It really happened." Adele cast her thoughts back through nearly a decade of memories. 9 years ago, Willow was 1, Fern was 4, Catkin was 6. Leo's consultancy was just taking off. Adele was not yet used to juggling a baby with 2 homeschooled children. Life had been quite stressful. Things between Leo and her had been almost dark. She'd wondered back then if Leo might be tempted to find some light somewhere out of their home. Find someone to be nice to him when she was incapable of doing so. But still, Cece Redknow, she was hardly a ray of sunshine. She was a whole other kind of dark. "Does your mother know you saw them?" "Dunno," she said. "It was in the rose garden. I was looking for Dylan. I dunno if she saw me. I never talked to her about it." "Are you sure that's what you saw, Tyler? Because you know Leo, he's very touchy-feely, very affectionate. Maybe he was just hugging her." "I dunno. I was 4. I know what I think I saw. And how what I think I saw made me feel, and it made me feel like Leo must be my dad, 'cause only dads kiss mums. And it was the best feeling I ever had, 'cause I wanted it so much. 'Cause I wanted to be part of your family more than anything. Tyler, you are part of our family. You've always been part of our family." "No," she said. "No, I haven't. Not properly. I thought I was. I really believed it, but then—" She stabbed the skin of her potato with the tines of her fork. "Mum told me. Last week. She told me who my dad really is. I met him." She looked up at Adele with horror. "I met him last week, and he's literally a nobody. He's a loser. I mean, do you know where he's been all my life? All the 13 years that I've been alive?" Adele shook her head. "In prison. My real dad, in prison. For beating up his girlfriend, beating her up so badly that she's blind in one eye." Adele clasped her throat. "Yeah, exactly. So. Imagine that. All these years thinking that Leo was my dad, thinking I had his blood in my blood, thinking that your children were my sisters. And it turns out that I've got nothing to do with you. And that this ugly little rat of a man with tattoos on his hands and dirt under his nails, this little man who hasn't even got a proper home, this man who hurts women, he's the man who made me. Oh, Tyler. His name is Wayne. Imagine that. My dad is called Wayne. Wayne the wife-beater. God." Adele couldn't speak. She stared at the little scratches up and down Tyler's scrawny arms. The scratches she said she'd got retrieving a football from a blackberry bush. She looked at the dull, greasy roots of her hair. She thought of the heaviness of the atmosphere between all the children these last couple of weeks. "It's not," she began, "the man your mum's dating. It's not him, is it? It's not your father?" "No?" She looked appalled. "God, no. Mum thinks he's disgusting, too. Mum hates him. And you know, All those years that she let me think Leo was my dad, even though she knew he wasn't. I think I get it. I think I do. Because she was in love with Leo, all along. Just like me. We were both in love with Leo, both of us. We both wished he was my dad. And he's not. He never was. And now he's... All of you have... It's all... She was crying properly, tears pouring down her cheeks. Tyler. Adele put her hands out to Tyler's, but Tyler snatched them back. She pushed back her chair and she collected her school bags. I'm sorry, she said. Thank you for my tea. And she half ran from the cafe, away from Adele, knocking into people as she went. Grace's room was washed in golden light. The four of them sat around her bed watching the sun's rays filtered through the branches of a tree outside, flickering over her face. Pip wondered if she could feel it. Wondered if she could see the strobes through her closed eyelids. She wanted her to wake up right now, like a princess from a fairy tale slumber. And then she wanted to say to her, Tell me, tell me, tell me, what happened in the rose garden? Because there was a question nagging at her in the darkest corners of her mind. A question she hadn't asked Max earlier on. A question that hadn't even occurred to her at the time. Something so obvious and so awful that maybe she hadn't allowed herself to think it. She looked at her beautiful sister, so still, so separate. Grace had been a baby when Pip came along. She'd never known a world without Pip in it, and Pip had never known a world without Grace in it. They were as intrinsic to each other's beings as their own shadows. And yet, in the black hole left behind after their father burned down their house, Grace had found a way to fill the void that didn't include her. Another family, another father, another soulmate. She hadn't needed Pip at all. But now there was something Pip could do for her that nobody else could do. She could ask Max the question. The question that might provide the answer to who'd done this to her sister, and why. She touched the sleeve of her father's soft pink shirt and said, Daddy, I need to do something. Will you come with me? She saw him immediately. He was still in his school uniform, grubby white polo shirt, navy trousers, scuffed end-of-term leather shoes. He was playing football with his dad. He looked so happy, the very particular happy of a boy whose dad had come home from work early and said yes when asked if he'd come out and play football. It was the happiest she'd ever seen Max. She felt guilty for a moment to be interrupting Max's special time with his dad, but there was no other option. She didn't want to leave Grace at the hospital for any longer than necessary. She couldn't bear not to be there when she opened her eyes. She wanted to be the first person Grace saw. She wanted to start everything all over again with Grace, to be once more her beginning and her end. Max, she called out. She saw the look of joy fall immediately from his face. Can I ask you something? Max looked curiously behind her at her father. She hoped he'd know without thinking too hard who he was. She hoped that the physical similarity was striking enough. You know, on Saturday, you know when you were playing football, when you went up the hill to get your ball and you saw Grace on the grass? He nodded, staring at his shoes. Yeah. You know, before you came up, can you remember who was in the playground? He looked at her strangely, as though the question didn't compute. What do you mean? I mean that night when you were playing football, who was in the playground? There was no one, he said flatly, as though it was so obvious it didn't need to be said. There was no one in the playground. No one? No one. It was empty. He shrugged apologetically. Pip nodded, her head spinning with a sudden awful rush of knowledge and understanding. Thanks, Max. See you later. Yeah, see you later. She turned to her father, her face set hard. Okay, she said. We can go back now. You got what you wanted? Yes, she said. I got what I wanted. 30. The atmosphere in the house's flat by the time the two PCs returned at 6 o'clock that evening was charged with so many different kinds of energy it was virtually electric. Adele had had to give Willow a dose of Tarantula hispanica, a homeopathic aid with indications towards calming hyperactivity in children. So far it didn't seem to be working. She offered them homemade hummus and breadsticks. Then she felt worried that the Greek PC would think she was patronizing him. So she offered them rather randomly some pathless salad. So, began PC Michaelides, we spent the day talking to various people, as you know, although we still haven't managed to get hold of, he consulted his notes, Cecilia Redknow. No, said Adele, wishing that Willow would stop bouncing up and down on the footstool. She doesn't tend to get home from work until quite late. Maybe we'll give her another try after we've finished here, then, he smiled, and then turned to Leo. So, Mr. Howes. Leo's fine. Leo, thank you. I wonder if we might be able to talk to you first, possibly without the children? Adele looked up sharply, glancing from the PC to the WPC, and then at her girls. The WPC smiled reassuringly. Just a couple of little things, she said. Won't take a minute. Adele gestured at the three girls to leave the room, which they did with varying degrees of grace. After they'd gone, all four turned and smiled at each other, nervously. We were wondering, said the PC, if you could tell us a bit about your impressions of Grace Wilde. My impressions? Gosh, well. He stroked his chin, making himself, in Adele's opinion, look thoroughly dodgy. Well, she's only been living on the garden for a few months, so I haven't really had a chance to... I suppose, the WPC cut in. What we mean is, what was your relationship with her? Are you close? No, Leo replied. Too fast, too firm. Not at all. I mean, there are children on the garden who I've known since they were babies, and I'd say I was close to them, but not Grace. She's just a friend of my daughter's. The reason we're asking, Leo, is that we've had our analysts going through the CCTV footage from Saturday night, from the cameras situated above the communal gates, and there is clear footage of you, at approximately 9:25, approaching Grace Wilde by the gate, engaging her for a while in conversation, and then... He pulled a print from a folder on the sofa next to him and passed it to Leo. Embracing her. Adele flicked her gaze to her husband, reptile fast. Then she looked down at the photo in her husband's hand. It was almost a bird's-eye view. There was Grace, her bare arms wrapped around the waist of a dark-haired man. A dark-haired man attached to a medium-sized golden dog. Ah, said Leo, not making eye contact with Adele. That? Oh, God, I mean, that was... She was standing there, waiting for her boyfriend to come back. You know, I must be honest right now and say I wasn't sober, you know, a big family day, drinking since 2 p.m. So I don't entirely remember what happened here, but I do remember seeing her standing there and me saying she should probably go home because her mum wasn't well and her sister was there on her own. And then, I honestly don't know why, but she launched herself at me. I mean, if you watch the footage, you'll see it. You'll see what happened. Look, here at my arm. He pointed at the photo. It's kind of hanging loose, see? Mr. Howes. Sorry, Leo. No one is accusing you of anything here. We're merely trying to ascertain the nature of your relationship with Grace so that we can put all the jigsaw pieces together. And from this footage, it struck us that maybe you and she were close. Maybe you had an insight. You know, he said, his eyes too bright, his body language all wrong. It strikes me now that I think about it, that maybe she was missing her dad. It was her 13th birthday. She hadn't seen him for such a long time. It's possible she saw me for that brief moment as a father figure, or that I reminded her in some way of her father. I mean, he shrugged and rubbed his chin again. "Stop talking," Adele wanted to scream. "Please stop talking." Who was this man? This man who kissed 13-year-old girls, whose own father believed he'd been involved in the death of a teenager, who may or may not have kissed their neighbour in the rose garden 9 years ago, who fueled other people's daughters' fantasies about him being their real father, and who hugged other people's daughters in dusky alleyways. Why hadn't he told her about the interlude? Moments after this had happened, he'd been back at their flat, saying goodbye to Zoe and her family. Why hadn't he said, "God, you won't believe what just happened. Grace Weil just hugged me for no good reason." The PCs stayed for an hour in the end. They talked to the girls, their questions yielding no more information than Adele had already extracted from them during the course of the day. They sat with Gordon for a while. Adele tried to hear what was being said, but could catch very little. They'd briefed him very carefully beforehand, to say nothing just yet about the missing sleeping pills. He'd said he'd be economical with the truth, but that he wasn't prepared to out-and-out lie. When they'd finished interviewing Gordon, the PCs appeared in the kitchen doorway, with their empty water glasses and the half-finished hummus. "Well," said PC Michaelides, "I think we've got as much as we need for now. Thank you so much for your valuable time. We'll let you get back to your lives now. And if we need to ask any more questions, would anyone be around tomorrow at all?" Adele nodded, putting the hummus dish in the sink. "We'll be here, all day, every day. Just knock." She was trilling. She knew she was. After they left, the atmosphere flattened out immediately. "Well," said Gordon, "that wasn't too bad. No mention of the sleeping pills. Think I might have a quick lie down before supper. Assuming there is any supper, Mrs. H?" She looked around her at the kitchen, at the fridge full of things to be cooked, at the pantry full of other things to be cooked. She looked at her daughters, at scruffy, dreadlocked Catkin, dark-eyed, shaven-headed Fern, at Willow with her wild eyes and misplaced energy. She looked at Gordon, the former scourge of the gardens, staring at her with hungry, feed-me eyes, and then at her husband, the teen-bothering fantasy dad murder suspect, and she suddenly thought, I do not know any of you. "I'm not sure about supper, Gordon," she said, her voice even and slow. "I think maybe Leo could order us some pizzas. Leo?" Leo looked at her in surprise. Pizzas were usually only allowed in emergencies, when the train was late and you got home too late to cook. They were a special treat for the tail end of days gone wrong and plans gone awry. The girls cheered, oblivious to her disturbed state of mind. Leo pulled out the menu from the drawer where menus were kept. Everyone shouted out their preferences. "Del," Leo called over to her, "what do you want? Fiorentina?" She nodded distractedly and left the room. It was finally growing dark beyond the walls of the Royal Free. It had been light for so long, and she'd been awake for so many hours that Pip felt almost as though she might have skipped a night. But now the lights on the ward were going on, and at last this day was coming to an end. And then, just now, a second ago, there'd been a flicker across Grace's left eye, and then another, and then another. All four of them now stood over Grace's bed, staring intently at her face. Her eyelids had been flickering for about a minute. The next flicker was accompanied by a full body twitch, then a small groan. With each sign of life they moved closer and closer, until Pip was almost compelled to say, "Move back, you're going to frighten her." Pip held her hand against Grace's cheek. Claire held her hand. "Do you think she's waking up?" Claire asked. Pip's dad nodded. "Should I get a nurse?" he asked. "Not yet," said Claire, her eyes never leaving Grace's face. "Not just yet." Grace groaned again. Then suddenly her eyes were opening, the bright hazel half-moons of her irises miraculously visible. She moved her mouth, and Pip watched as she tried to make a word, but nothing came. Her eyes were open now, properly open, taking in the faces of her mother, her sister, and then finally her father. They widened and went to Claire, looking for reassurance. "Daddy's here," Claire said in the sort of voice you might use to talk to a toddler. "The hospital said he was better, that he could leave. So he's here, and it's fine. It's fine." Pip could see her sister's expression relax, and then, as they watched, she saw her sister look from each one to each one. And then she said something in a dried-out voice filled with scratchy tears, and at first they couldn't make out what she was saying. But then they knew. She was saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." 31. 5th of July, 3 p.m. Champagne! Dylan had bought her champagne. Grace had opened the package in her room after her lunch party. It was wrapped up in pink tissue, twisted to the form of the bottle, then put in a different-shaped box, so no one would guess, you see. Grace had forced it into the too tight confines of her bag and rushed from the flat before anyone could ask where she was going, what she was holding so close to her inside that bag. "Tyler says to put it in her fridge," Dylan had whispered into her ear when she joined up with him again in the garden. "She says her mum's out." They head out now, through the garden gates, onto the summer dry pavement. Dylan holds her hand, just like that, just like people do. She feels amazing walking down the street with him. She still remembers the first time she saw him, at the top of the hill, waiting for Tyler. She remembers the way he pulled off his school tie and rolled it up, put it in the pocket of his blazer, stood and waited, so tall and so assured. She thought then he must be 15, 16 at least. She thought Tyler must be his girlfriend. And when she'd found out he wasn't even a year older than her, that he and Tyler were just good friends, it had been like something amazing being handed down to her from the universe. They stop at the entrance to Tyler's mansion block on the corner. She feels Dylan's fingers running up and down the backs of her thighs. "Best shorts ever," he whispers. She shivers at his touch. She wants to touch him back, but she doesn't know how. She doesn't know where. Then he throws her a smile that is so beautiful and so bad that when he looks away she raises her eyes to heaven as if she might find its source up there. Inside Tyler's flat all the glory of them fades away. Tyler is playing happy and glad, but Grace knows that she is neither. They are set again at the sharp points of their awful triangle. When Tyler's back is turned to take the champagne to the kitchen, Dylan's fingertips find the backs of her thighs again, tracing an exquisite undulation across her skin that seems to join up dots in her body she'd had no notion existed. She feels like one of those actors in a CGI suit, as if there are blobs of light all over her. "Ah," says Tyler, coming out of the kitchen, catching the glittering comet tail of their longing. "You two, you are just adorable. You should get married and have babies." Yeah, says Dylan. They stay for too long. Outside are the sounds of children and summer. In here it is dark and hot. And they are only here because they have all somehow decided that it is more grown-up to be indoors in a flat with no adults than to be outside at a boring, babyish old garden party. Grace wishes they would leave, and is relieved when her mum calls just after 4 to tell her off for disappearing. "We better go," she says to Dylan. Dylan gets to his feet, says, "Can I use your bathroom?" Tyler nods. Dylan leaves. Then they are alone. "So," says Tyler, her voice flat, "you're having a lovely birthday?" Grace nods. "My 13th birthday was shit. Everyone forgot. Except Dylan. He bought me roses. Pink ones." She looks at Grace as if to say, "Beat that." "You know," she brings her face closer to Grace's, "you know that he's the best person in the whole world, don't you? And you know that you totally don't deserve him." And for some reason, because it is her birthday, and because Dylan's touch has brought her somehow to life, and because Tyler appears somehow smaller and less significant in the overcast surroundings of her mother's slightly shabby little flat, with its empty rooms and plain wood-chip walls, and because she is so sick of Tyler always being there, always with that face with its peaks of disapproval and dips of envy, Grace finds herself saying, "No, actually, I think you'll find you're the one who doesn't deserve him. If you were a real friend, you'd be glad for him, instead of walking around the whole time with that look on your face." The look appears right on cue. "Christ, you're a bitch," Tyler says. "I honestly don't know what he sees in you." "And I don't know why he'd be friends with a loser like you. You're like a leech just sucking off him, sucking the goodness out of him, because there's none inside you, because you're all hollow inside, and without him you're just nothing." Grace inhales sharply. And then, in the smallest, deathliest voice, from lips twisted and contorted against tears, Tyler says, "I hate you." Dylan reappears. "Take her away, will you, Dylan? I don't want to look at her." Tyler turns and stares from the window, out across the trees and the tops of gazebos and marquees, her fist held hard at her mouth, her body rigid with fury. Dylan tries to say something, but Tyler raises her arm in the air and repeats, "Take her away, now." They catch the lift down, even though it's only 2 floors. Dylan pulls across the shiny brass concertina doors. Then he turns. He's about to say something about Tyler. But Grace does not want to talk about Tyler. She wants to do something to erase Tyler from Dylan's thoughts forever. As the lift straddles floors 1 and 2, Grace does something she saw on a TV show once. She presses the emergency stop button. The lift bounces gently in its cradle, making a mournful humming noise. She takes Dylan's hands, and she leads his fingers up and down the backs of her legs until she gets that feeling back. That feeling from before, that she was all and she was real and she was ready. Dylan drops his face into her shoulder, his breath against her skin, warm and surprised. Her hands find the button on his jeans. He makes a noise into her hair. She knows that it is a noise he has only made alone before, that she will be the first person to make him feel this way. She feels empowered, unassailable, 13. She sinks slowly, as she's seen them do on screens, to her knees, and does the thing that they do on the screens, and she has no idea if she's doing it right or doing it wrong, and the smell is odd and sweet, like stale drawers and candy floss, and Dylan's hands press into her hair, and then it happens, and he says, "I love you, Grace, oh God, I love you." And he looks shocked and awed, and she feels strange and euphoric. She reaches back up his body to his face and his mouth and his hair, to the familiar parts of him. And he holds her face in his hands, and his eyes burn with gratitude and adoration and amazement. And she knows. She knows that she has won. Her eyes look up through the lift shaft, and there is Tyler, pale eyes on hers. She presses the down button, and Tyler disappears from view. 32. Adele waited, heart racing, for the sound of her husband coming to bed. She was so awake, so alive, so wired into the dark, dizzy, fast-pulsing core of everything, that she felt as if she might never sleep again. Finally, just gone 11:30, he appeared. He had lost some of his sparkle, some of his lustre. He looked tired and overwhelmed. The words that had been swirling inside Adele's head all day didn't take long to find their way to her tongue. "We need to talk," she said, patting his side of the bed. "I promise you," he said. "We'll go to the station, we'll look at the CCTV footage. You'll see what happened. She was upset. I don't know why. And she hugged me. I did not initiate it, and nothing else happened. I don't mean about Grace, I mean other things. Come to bed." "Yes," he said, robotically removing his clothes. She stared into the middle distance as he did so. She couldn't bear to watch him, naked and vulnerable, her perfect husband. He slid in beside her. She heard him exhale slowly, then rub his hands down his face. There was a denseness to his movements, where usually there was light and energy. "I spoke to Tyler earlier," she began. "I took her out for her tea. She hadn't had lunch because Cece hadn't topped up her lunch card." She sighed, still sad at the thought of it. "Anyway, we had a very revealing conversation, Leo." She paused for a beat before continuing. "Did you know that when Tyler was 4 years old, she saw you kissing Cece in the rose garden?" She turned to watch his reaction. For a moment he said nothing, his mouth left open. Then his head dropped and he rubbed his eyes and he said, "I remember that." Adele's already marching heart picked up pace. "So it happened?" "Well, yes, but not in that way. Not in a kissing in the rose garden way. It was more—" He scratched his scalp. "She kissed me." Adele stared at him. "She was upset. She was cross with me for some reason. Dragged me in there. Told me everything that had gone wrong in her life was my fault. Told me she was still in love with me. Told me she'd thrown away everything for me. Told me she'd—" He looked at her then, and she saw something so dark and dreadful in his eyes that it almost burned her. "What?" The look faded. "Nothing. Just that she'd only ever wanted me, and she'd made loads of bad choices because she couldn't have me, and all those bad choices were my fault, and her having a baby when she wasn't ready to have a baby was my fault, and how Tyler should have been mine, and if Tyler was mine, she'd be a better mother, and how she—" He stopped. A half-smile of regret passed across his face. "How she hated you and resented my children. Oh, God. And then you kissed." She started to cry. I put my arms round her to comfort her. After she just told you she hated me. Elle, you know what I'm like. Women crying, it's my weak spot. And she was crying and in pain, so I held her. And then she kissed me, and it was so full of fury and pain. It was like being sucked into a black hole or into the pits of hell. And I had my eyes wide open the whole time. And I saw Tyler. I saw that little girl standing there watching. And I pulled away, and Cece turned and saw her there too, and then she— He moaned gently, pulling at the skin of his face. She kissed me again, knowing that her daughter was watching. That her daughter was watching. She wanted her to see. Yes. Tyler thought you were her dad for 10 years, Leo. I know. You know? Yes, it was obvious, wasn't it? Adele thought back again through the years. The little pixie girl, always in the middle of everything, always where Leo was, always where his children were. It was obvious, yes, but she'd never really noticed. But she's not, Leo, is she? She had to ask it. What, my daughter? Adele nodded. Leo turned fully now, finally seeming as though he was hers again. No! God, Dale, no! She nodded, believing him. She told me earlier she met him, her real dad. The woman beater. You knew? Yes, Cece told me, years ago. Made me promise never to tell a living soul. And you didn't? I didn't. Adele looked at him curiously. What was it, she said, between you and Cece, all these years, all these secrets? Leo shrugged. Just a garden thing, just history, just... He paused. The stains of childhood. Leo, she said quietly, what happened to Phoebe? Grace held the mirror up to her face, turned her head this way and that way, grimaced. It's not too bad, said Claire. They reckon it'll set straight. You were lucky. Grace nodded miserably and then put down the mirror. She claimed not to know how she'd broken her nose. She claimed to remember nothing. But Pip knew. She knew without a doubt that her sister was lying. She knew that it was only a matter of time before Grace remembered. But there was something else underlying the happiness of Grace's awakening. Something her mother knew, that her father knew. Something they weren't telling Pip. Conversations that stopped when she entered the room. Concerned looks, snatches of words spoken as whispers into each other's ears. Pip was beginning to believe that there was something more than a broken nose and a drug overdose in the story of what had happened to Grace on Saturday night. Something to do with the yanked-up top and pulled-down shorts. Something to do with the special nurse who'd seen Grace yesterday. Something to do with sex. She pulled at her father's arm. He looked down at her. I want to talk to Grace on my own. Claire nodded at Chris and they left the room. And then it was just the two of them, the Irish twins. It was awkward at first, as though they were new to each other. Pip sat in the plastic chair, still warm from her mother's body. She stared for a while at her sister. Where have you been? She said. In a coma? No, said Pip. I mean, where have you been all these weeks? Grace frowned at her. You've been in another world. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know, it's just... Since we moved on to the garden, since we met the others, it's like you've been taken over. Grace shrugged. It's not just the garden, though, is it? It's everything. New school, new house, new mum, Dad. He's back now? Yeah, I'd noticed. Are you happy? Grace shrugged again. Not really. Kind of. Whatever, you know. Until the next time. He's on different medication. Maybe he won't get ill again. Yeah. And maybe he will. Grace put her hand to her face, to her nose, stroking the tender contours with her fingers, as she'd done almost obsessively since she'd woken up last night. Then she moved her hand to her hair and grimaced. Fucking hell, I need to sort my hair out. You'll be home soon, you can wash it then. I don't want to go home. She plucked at the white sheets of her bed. Pip looked at her questioningly. I don't ever want to go back to that place. Was it? She began cautiously. Grace, was it Leo? Her sister's face broke up into a splintered mask of disbelief. What? Was it Leo who hurt you? Oh, my God, what? Seriously? What are you asking me? Leo, he's weird. I've seen him with Tyler acting weird. Oh, my God, she said again. Are you crazy? Leo's like the best person in that garden. He would never... So who did? Who did? Pip said, words tumbling now. The others, they said they were in the playground when you got hurt, but they weren't. And Max says he heard stuff, voices and stuff. And then he saw you on the ground and heard people running away. And your clothes, Grace, they were all pulled up. I had to cover you because you were showing, you know, showing. Grace's face flushed. That's not true. It is true, Grace. Someone hurt you. Someone drugged you. Someone tried to take off your clothes. And I don't believe that you don't know who it was. I don't believe you, and I don't understand why you would lie. I'm not lying. I don't remember anything. Yes, you do. How could someone have given you a drug overdose without you knowing? Someone must have given it to you. Someone must have. I really don't remember, I promise you. If I remembered, I'd tell you, but I don't. Pip brought her face close to her sister's. What if it was me, Grace? What if that person who gave you those drugs did it to me next time? Because you didn't tell? They wouldn't, she said. Pip felt a pinprick of triumph. They? Whoever it was. How do you know? Because it's not about you, Pip. It's about me. So you think it was someone you know? Grace's pale, bruised face lit with a small glow of remembrance. I know who it might have been. I know who might have wanted to hurt me. But it's not a man. It's a girl. 33. 5th of July, 9:17 p.m. Grace watches Leo heading away from them, with his dog, heading away from Catkin and her. And now they are on their own in the rose garden, and she feels a bit awkward. She doesn't know Catkin that well, finds her intimidating. She's one of those girls with a chip of ice in her heart. One of those girls who make you feel as though everything you do is a bit silly. As though her way is the one true way. For a moment or two they don't talk. It's an uncomfortable silence, and Grace wants to fill it. But all the things she can think of to say are pointless and dull. I think, she says after another moment, I'll go and wait for Dylan, by the gate. Say good night properly. She gets to her feet and Catkin nods, gives her a knowing look and then speaks. We all know, she says. We all know what you did to him. It's sick. What's she talking about? Tyler told us. About you and Dylan, in the lift. You're 13. Do you know how sick that is? Grace feels a thick fog of shame crawling all over her. She can still taste him in her mouth. But then she looks at Catkin, with her dreadlocked hair and dead eyes, thinks about all her secret longings and nighttime worlds. She thinks of the novel Catkin has been writing for all her childhood and never finished. She thinks of her home schooling in a house full of girls, and she thinks, she's jealous. Catkin is jealous because I'm younger than her, but I've done more. Because she wants to know how it would be to stop a lift, to undo a fly, to do the thing that she had done, to have a boy say, I love you, in that desperate, strangled voice, as though you had unlocked the very essence of him and given him the key. She wants to know, and she doesn't, and she can't, because she is trapped here in this garden, trapped within all these staring eyes of windows, trapped in this place that has not let her grow, has not given her the space to be something more than her parents' daughter, her sister's sister. And she is scared, because she knows all this. And here I am, thinks Grace, 13 years old. 13 years old. And Grace turns to Catkin then and looks into her dead eyes and says, You're just jealous, all of you. You're freaks and you're losers and you're jealous. she walks away, leaving Catkin on the bench, staring at her darkly. By the time she reaches the garden gate, Grace has lost some of her bravado. Her hands are shaking. She can feel tears building in the back of her throat. She stands for a moment, her back against the wall of the alleyway, breathing heavily. "Grace?" It's Leo. He's tying a knot in a dog poo bag. He drops it in the dog mess bin and walks towards her. "You okay? I thought you were going in." "I am," she says. "I was just waiting for Dylan, waiting to say good night." Leo looks up and around. "I really think you should go back. Your sister needs you," he says. "I can wait here for Dylan. Tell him you say good night." Grace shakes her head. "Thank you, but I'm happy waiting." Leo smiles, that smile of his that makes everything okay. "Well," he says, "don't talk to any strangers." "I won't," she says. And then suddenly, unexpectedly, she needs to hold him. She needs to feel the warmth of him and the depth of him and the goodness of him all the way through her. She throws her arms around him and squeezes him, the way her dad used to squeeze her, hard and proper. "Thank you," she says, her face burrowed into his shoulder. He laughs a little uncomfortably. "What for?" "I don't know," she says, letting him go. And she really doesn't. She laughs nervously, and he laughs nervously, and then the dog starts to pull at the lead, and Leo says, "Don't hang around here for too long. If he doesn't come in the next few minutes, promise me you'll go home." "I promise," she says. She watches Leo leaving again, moving towards the light of his house. And then Grace waits in the dark for the tall boy who loves her, and as the moments pass, she wonders if she loves him back. And she wonders if any of this is what it's supposed to feel like, and if she's done any of it in the right way, and if the girls will ever talk to her again. And she wonders what Dylan is thinking right now, and what Tyler is thinking right now. And she thinks of her mother, drunk in bed, and Pip alone in that small, dark flat that has never been her home, and then of her real home, which is carbon black and death-shrouded. And she thinks of her father in the wetsuit, and Leo in the shadows, and the smell of him and the feel of him. And then she hears the garden gate click open, click closed, and she turns to look for Dylan. But there's nobody there. And then she hears, "Psst, Grace." And she turns towards the voice, although she's sure it isn't Dylan. And there is a pain, sharp in her shoulder. She slaps at the pain as though it was an insect, and then for a moment or two she reels around and around like a dying fly, and there's no one there. And then there is the ground, and the feel of her nose splitting in two like an axed log. Then there is nothing but dreams. 34. Adele awoke the following morning with a start. Leo stood over her bedside. To his right was Fern, to his left was Catkin. She looked at the time. 7:35. What's going on? The police just called. They want us to bring the girls into the station. What? Why? I don't know. They just said something came up on the CCTV footage and they need to ask them some questions. You coming? What about Willow? Dad says we can leave her here with him. Adele pulled herself out of bed. She rubbed the sleep from her face with both her hands. She didn't wash. She put on yesterday's clothes. Then she headed down the hallway and knocked at Gordon's bedroom door. "I'm not decent," he called out. "Please do not enter." "Gordon, it's me. I need a word." "I'm not wearing underwear." "Do you have a dressing gown?" "Give me a moment." She heard him bumbling about and then clearing his throat. "Enter." He was sitting on the side of his bed, otherworldly bare legs dangling from a once grand red silk gown, ripped in places, stained in others, barley twist piping, What can I do for you, Mrs. H? The police have called. I know. They want to see the girls. I know. Leo told me things last night. About Cecilia. Now remind me, which one was Cecilia? The one who didn't die. Yes, gorgeous little thing she was. Leo went out with her. I know, and the other one. He ran his hands down his leg, massaging it as he went. That was a long, hot summer, if ever there was one. All sorts going on that summer. You said something before about your boys. You said they had something to do with Phoebe's death. Did I? Did I really? Doesn't sound very likely, does it? Well, no, exactly, which is why I was wondering what you meant. I suppose I just meant that they were a terrible bunch of scoundrels, going around the garden, breaking young girls' hearts. I suppose I just meant that if that poor girl killed herself, which, as you know, was never proved, then they all played their part in that. He looked at Adele curiously. Oh, girl, he said, you haven't been going round all this time thinking your husband was a cold-blooded killer, have you? Adele shook her head. God. No, of course not. I suppose with all that's been going on, I just wanted to have a clear view of everything, that's all. Especially if we're talking to the police today. You know what wouldn't surprise me, Mrs. H? Wouldn't surprise me in the least if it turned out to be the sister. She was a green-eyed devil when it came to Leo and Phoebe, she really was. I used to look at her sometimes the way she watched them together, like she wanted to kill someone. And maybe she did in the end. Maybe she did. There, said P.C. Michaelides, moving slightly so that everyone got a good view of the screen. Look, see how Grace is standing there for a few minutes after your dad goes, and then see how she turns, like she's heard something, and then comes around the corner away from the camera. Well, look at this, just here, a few minutes before. The gate opens, then closes, yet nobody comes in. We thought at first it was just the wind, but then look at this, just before Grace goes out of shot. Can you see that? Just at the bottom of the screen. It looks like the top of someone's head, doesn't it? And we've zoomed in on it as much as we can, and it looks, as far as we're all concerned, like a ponytail. So what we're thinking is that someone came in through the gates and crawled on their hands and knees, deliberately avoiding the camera, and that it was a female with blonde hair. So, P.C. Michaelides paused the video and smiled at the three girls. You two were in the garden around this time. The question is, did either of you see a blonde female with a ponytail, behaving strangely? Adele bit her lip, waited what felt like an eternity for one of her girls to reply. Well, said Fern, sharing a glance with Catkin. I mean, Tyler has a blonde ponytail. Catkin nodded. Yes, she does. Tyler Redknow? They nodded. But according to your account of Saturday night, you and Tyler were together the whole time, between 9 and 10 p.m? We were, Catkin replied, steely, but with a nervous gulp. So it can't have been Tyler crawling along the alleyway at 9:30. The girls exchanged another look. Maybe it was someone else, said Catkin. Yes, said Fern, a terrible flush rising up her chest. It must have been. Adele felt her pulse start to race. Everything began spinning around her head. The missing pills, the blonde ponytail, the looks of consternation on her daughters' faces. And something else. Something she'd barely noticed at the time because she'd been drunk. Because she'd been so focused on Claire and the way she was flirting with her husband and the need to get her home and sober. And towards the end, when Pip came back and Claire was reaching her terrible crescendo of drunkenness, and she was saying, "It's been decided Leo is going to be your new daddy. It's been decided." Adele remembered, now, seeing Tyler's face just beyond the terrace, and she remembered the expression of sheer rage and disbelief. And now she knew. She knew what was inside that child as she heard those words. First Grace had taken Dylan from her, and now she was taking her fantasy father too. The broken child, daughter of a wife-beater and a negligent mother. She'd found her family out here, found her place in the world. And Grace had come, and Grace had slowly dismantled it. And how could a half-formed child such as Tyler cope with all of this? She looked at Leo, chin upturned, trying, she could tell, to look as though it was all terribly interesting and nothing at all to do with him, when so much of it was, whether directly or not. She said, "Leo, when you were in the alleyway with Grace, did anyone see her hug you? Did—" She paused. "Did Tyler see her hug you?" Everyone turned to her. Leo gave her a questioning look, almost as if he thought she was trying to catch him out. "I don't know," he said. "Like I've said before, I wasn't sober. Suppose she might have done." "Is there a reason for you to ask, Mrs. Howes?" asked WPC cross. "No," she said. "Sorry, nothing. I think I was... nothing." And another memory. While she was clearing up the flat, a light in the bathroom, a noise. A few minutes after Leo came back with the dog, she thought it was him. Knocked on the door. "Is that you, Leo?" No reply. She'd been busy tidying up, didn't bother to go in and turn out the light, to check whether there was someone there or not. Her heart ached. Tyler had said it herself. History repeating itself. The same green-eyed monster living inside her mother had taken up residence in Tyler's soul too. Like mother, like daughter. Because Adele fully believed that a woman who would deliberately allow her 4-year-old child to see her kissing another woman's husband so that she could maintain some kind of claim over him would also be capable of doing something unspeakable to her sister. The police appeared to think that the girls had nothing more to tell them. They mentioned that they would be talking to Tyler and her mother just as soon as they could find them both at home. Then they thanked them for their time and saw them from the station. They drove past Tyler's school on the way home, the hard-faced Victorian monolith, source of so much mystery and obsession to her own daughters. She thought of Tyler, somewhere in there, unfed, unwashed, lost and scared. And then of her 2 daughters, sitting now in the back of the car, Fern rubbing her satin strip over her top lip, Catkin staring crossly through the window. Grace was awake. The WPC had told them that. She'd woken up the night before and claimed to remember nothing. Leo dropped them all home. They saw Dylan's mum leaving the building, dressed in her petrol station uniform of green polo shirt and matching trousers. She smiled at them, politely and hurriedly, worried, it seemed, that they might want to engage her in conversation. Adele watched her striding up the hill towards the main road. Once inside the flat, Adele made tea. Then she opened the French windows onto the garden and stood for a moment, trying to breathe it all away. "Girls," she said distractedly, "we'll start lessons after lunch. Why don't you all go out into the garden? It's such a beautiful day." 35. 5th of July, 9:19 p.m. Tyler can't sit still. She has too much energy burning up inside her. She pushed Willow off the swings earlier because she had to push something, and Willow was asking for it with her incessant talking. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees Grace looking up at her through the bars of the lift. Looking up at her as if to say, "See? See how I've won?" And she hears Dylan's voice, all weird with sex, saying, "I love you, Grace." And all day long Tyler's head has been black and red and flashing and hot. And all day long she's thought of what her mum said a few weeks ago, when she came home drunk after her first date with her new man. When, because her mum was being all soft and loving, not quite like a mum, but at the very least like a fun friend who cares, Tyler had said, "Mum, I've lost Dylan. Grace has stolen him from me." And her mum had looped her arms around her neck and stared cross-eyed into Tyler's eyes and breathed sour and sweet into her face and said, "Make her pay. Dylan belongs to you. If she wants him, she has to pay." And it hadn't made any sense at the time, but it's starting to now. She sees Leo leave the rose garden. A moment later, she sees Grace leave too. She sees her walk towards the alleyway. She watches Leo as he waits for his dog to poo at the bottom of the hill. Then he too walks towards the alleyway, and she tiptoes over and watches from behind a small tree. He's talking to someone. It must be Grace. She can't quite make out the voices. Yes, it is. It's Grace. She can see the brush of her hair, the dense curls that Dylan had his hands all over earlier. And then she sees her throw her arms around Leo, hold him to her. And she remembers what she'd heard Claire saying earlier, telling Pip that Leo was going to be their new dad. She was talking crap. Obviously she was, because she was drunk. But she was trying to claim him for herself. And now Grace is doing the same. And this is too much. She thinks of her mum's words. Make her pay. And she remembers the pot of blue and white pills in Gordon's bedroom that Catkin had shown her last week. "These are good," she'd said, nestling one into the palm of Tyler's hand. "Sleeping pills, kind of trippy." They'd swallowed them down with tap water and lain about in the garden all afternoon feeling swoony and silly and nice. She wonders now how many of those little pills it would take to knock Grace out. Knock her out sideways. Just for a while. Just for long enough to show everyone on this garden what kind of a girl she is. To humiliate her completely. She pictures herself crushing some of those little pills and dissolving them in water, but she can't work out how she'd get Grace to drink them. And then she remembers seeing Adele injecting Gordon's bad leg with something the other day. She remembers the pile of dressings and hypodermics on his chest of drawers. She glances again at the alleyway, sees Leo leaving Grace there and heading back to his flat. She can see then the shadows of Leo and Adele moving about in their kitchen, clearing things away. Gordon appearing behind them. She looks behind her at the figures in the playground. Catkin and Fern, her garden sisters, even if she knows now that they're not her actual sisters. She has no time to lose. She moves fast and quiet. And then the plan comes together like a dream. But half an hour later she's forced to abandon her project halfway through. Has to leave Grace there, not quite ready, not quite paying the price. She burrows through the tunnel behind the bench and runs back to the playground. Then Dylan appears, sits there on the swing, waiting for Grace, waiting like an idiot. And then a moment later there's little Pip, the sister who hasn't fucked up Tyler's life, and she comes towards them and says, "Have you seen Grace?" And they all say they thought you went home. And oh, her face, her little face. Poor Pip, not understanding. Heading up the hill, Tyler sees her cross paths with Max. They do not talk. And then it all begins. The drunk mum comes. Then everyone else comes. Then the blue lights come. Then Grace is gone. And Tyler watches disconsolately from a distance. Watches and thinks, you didn't get all that you deserved. Not even half. 10 months later. 36. Cherry blossoms spume overhead. sugar pink sharp against baby blue sky. Adele had brought the girls to the Tate for a learning trip. It was too nice to be indoors, one of those spring days that make you nostalgic for a summer that had yet to begin. The girls walked ahead, light-footed in summery clothes. The Thames ran lazily alongside like an old dog. A woman came towards them, slow walking in a cream jacket and cream skirt, blonde hair bobbed and fringed tanned legs, and a small smile, as though someone had just said something nice to her. As she came nearer, Adele felt a jolt of recognition. Was it? Could it be? After all these months? Claire? Oh, my God, Adele! Hard to gauge whether Claire was pleased or horrified. Wow, how are you? I haven't seen you since last summer, I know. How are your girls? How is Grace? They're both fine, really good. And yours? Adele pointed to her girls, standing now at the water's edge, hands gripping the wall, staring into the river. All present and correct? Claire smiled. I'm sorry, she said, that I didn't say goodbye. It was all so, you know. After Grace was discharged, she really didn't want to come back to the flat. So Chris found us another place about a mile away. It was ready to move into, and it all happened so quickly. We miss you. Oh, gosh, she laughed wryly. I'm sure you don't. I don't think we were really cut out for that kind of communal living, all that exposure. I don't think we were very good at it. We've got our own garden now, totally private. So, you and your husband, you got back together? Yes. Claire smiled, that small, warm smile she'd been wearing when Adele first saw her just now. Yes, we're back together. It's good. Adele sensed that any second now Claire was going to say, well, I must be on my way. She checked the girls from the corner of her eyes. They were still standing at the river wall. Listen, Claire, she said. I just wondered. In those days after the garden party, the police were everywhere, asking questions. Then when Grace woke up, it all stopped, and I wondered, what did Grace say? About that night, did you ever find out what happened? Claire blanched. Well, sort of. Grace told us that she did something. Earlier, before the attack. She wouldn't tell us what exactly, but we guessed. It tied in with the forensic evidence, and of course it was all a bit shocking. But it meant at least we knew that nothing had... I mean, that she hadn't been attacked sexually. She shrugged. Teenagers. They think they know what they're doing, but they don't. And that's the thing with a garden like yours. There's so much leeway for teenagers to make mistakes. Isn't there? Adele nodded. But the overdose, did the police ever find out who was responsible? Claire sighed. Grace said it was an accident. Someone had offered her something and she'd taken too much. Claire shrugged, clearly unconvinced by Grace's explanation, but not able to push past it. She said she wanted to put it all behind her, get on with her life. So she begged us to get the case dropped. And we did. Gosh, said Adele, overawed by the gentleness of this reaction. But she might have died. Claire shrugged. I know. It was a hard decision to make. Chris and I, we wanted someone to blame. We wanted someone to suffer. But in the end we had to respect what Grace was asking of us. We had to let her choose. Adele nodded. This echoed her liberal parenting ethos, but she was not sure that even she could stomach the not knowing. Well, she said, I admire your restraint, I really do. I don't think there's much to admire about any of it, to be honest. The whole thing was just a terrible aberration. And Dylan? Are he and Grace? They're still an item. Adele recoiled slightly with surprise. This she had not imagined. Really? Yes, he's over all the time. They appear to be that rarest of things, Real teenage sweethearts. Claire smiled and then shrugged, as if to say, "We'll see how long it lasts." "How's Gordon, by the way? Did you ever manage to get him back to Africa?" Adele laughed. It already felt like a distant memory, and in some strange way she almost missed him. "Yes, he went back last August, 3 stone lighter. Apparently he'd put it all on again by Christmas. His wife likes him fat. Or maybe she likes him dead." Adele laughed loudly. Claire laughed too. And Adele felt something settle deep inside her. Something that had been jumping around her gut in the dead of night for months. The sense of unfinished business. But here she was. Here was Claire, pretty and bright, reconciled with the events of last summer, in a house with a garden and a husband. And maybe now Adele could forget about the other things, the unsettling things, that had emerged in the days after the summer party. The Google search for "how to fill a hypodermic needle" that Leo had found in their browsing history, timed 9:22 p.m. on the night of Grace's attack. The packaging from one of Gordon's NHS-prescribed sterile hypodermic needles that she'd found buried in the bottom of Fern's wastepaper basket when she'd emptied it the next day. Dylan's expression of innocent certainty when she'd asked him if he'd brought a bottle of water out to the playground that evening. "No," he'd said. Definitely not." The awful pondering on the unknowables, like, how could tiny Tyler have single-handedly felled a big girl like Grace, pulled her up the hill, without any help? And the terrible flicker of her girl's eyes, as they watched the girl with the blonde ponytail creeping across the bottom of the computer screen at the police station. The awful heaviness in the car on the way back home that seemed full of buried words. Because although Tyler was the girl with the broken heart, and the damaged mother, and the reasons to want to hurt Grace, her girls too had felt the impact of Grace's presence in the garden. And even though Tyler wasn't their sister, they'd grown up with her as though she was. And hadn't it been her choice to keep her daughters at home, forcing them to forge stronger-than-average attachments to the friends they lived amongst? Hadn't that probably warped their perspective on the nature of friendships, of loyalty, on how far you would reasonably go to support a friend? So they decided, she and Leo, decided to leave it. They were sure, they thought, sure that whatever the truth of it, whatever their daughter's real involvement, they had learned from it. That they would never again allow themselves to be caught up in someone else's madness. They were sure. They really were. And there was Tyler, emerging suddenly into the blue sunshine from the gallery. She stopped when she saw Claire, and her face fell. Adele saw her hands curl into anxious fists. She smiled at her encouragingly. "Look who it is," she said. Tyler unfurled her fists, raised one hand to Claire, then ran to the river wall to join the others. "I'm schooling Tyler now, too," she explained. "In fact, Tyler has all but moved in with us." "How come?" "Oh, you know, the old benign neglect getting a bit too close to plain old-fashioned neglect. Her mum's got a new boyfriend. Turned out she was barely coming home, so the minute Gordon moved out, we made up the spare room for her. Told her it was hers whenever she needed it, which seems to be all the time, so..." Making amends. Paying back the universe for the sins of her children, for the sins of her husband, and for the sins of herself. After all, had she not lost faith for moments during that terrible time? Faith in her husband, faith in her neighbours. Had Leo not encouraged the confidences of vulnerable people, made himself a crutch for others to lean on when he should have been paying attention to his own children? And had they not seen what was happening to Tyler? Seen the physical, the emotional deterioration, and not done a thing about it? had they not both made their own terrible mistakes. "Wow," said Claire. "That's amazing. What a beautiful thing to do." Adele shrugged. "I always wanted 4, she said. Not for the first time, and not entirely truthfully. "You see," said Claire, understanding blooming across her face, "that's the difference between you and me, and that's why a communal garden is the right place for you to live, because you're not scared of other people's problems, because you're happy to leave the door open and let those problems just walk straight in. I remember, Adele, I was very rude to you the night of the party. I was drunk and out of my comfort zone. I felt judged and on show. And you were so hospitable, just like you always were. And I threw that back in your face, and I've been wanting to say sorry all these months. To say sorry and to tell you, Leo is a very lucky man." Adele touched Claire's hand. "No," she wanted to say. "Please don't say sorry. Please don't say sorry." But then Willow appeared, whirlwind in girl form, long hair spread all about her, words tumbling from her, eyes shining, and Adele didn't know what she was saying, what she was talking about. She wasn't really listening, but she knew that her conversation with Claire was over. They said goodbye, and then they walked away from each other. A small blonde woman in cream, a tall dark-haired woman in black. They walked between the sugar-spun cherry blossom and the sluggish river, in opposite directions, towards different lives, all their secrets buried safe and sound. The end. You've been listening to The Girls by Lisa Jewell, narrated by Gabrielle Glaister and Amelie Jewell. If you have enjoyed this recording and would like to receive information on the latest audiobooks, please contact us at the address on the cover. We will be pleased to send you a catalogue of available titles.